That's coming up. Now, if we can get that to come up, I'll be extra happy. We're gonna move on to that, okay? I think she was getting moved so fast. It's very dark. We'll have to do that. I'm gonna let you run this, what looks like it's mostly operating. Maybe what you have for lights in the front though, then the slides will be a little bit more washed out. Are the slides nice and visible still? Actually, actually that projector's nice and bright. That's pretty good. Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
All right. Jordan, I'll just leave this to you. I'm gonna go check on the other rooms.
So I'm a little sketched out this morning. I woke up to 3 text messages from 4 a.m. with 2-factor auth codes from my bank account. I'm like, oh God, what happened? This is not what I wanted to see right now. So I think after this, I'm going to go change all my passwords. Guess we'll just give it a few more minutes, not quite 10 yet. If anyone else is still waking up and racing in. All right, I think it's 10 o'clock, so go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming out. No, it's the last day of Derbycon and late night last night, so I appreciate everyone getting up and making it out. This is abusing Linux trust relationships, authentication back alleys, and forgotten features. So in this presentation, I'm going to be walking through a example pen test in a lab environment I created just to demo some of the tips and techniques that I've used in the past for Linux post-exploitation and pivoting around Linux networks while trying to remain as undetectable as possible. We've got a lot to cover, a lot of information in the slides here in the next 25 minutes, but quick agenda. There's a brief introduction about who I am and why this talk. And then I jump right into it, and we're going to start talking about exploiting authentication and trust in these networks. And specifically, I'm going to talk about sudo, Kerberos, and SSH, and some of the fun you can have with all three of those. At the end, there's a demo, and the demo is going to combine a lot of these techniques and ultimately culminate in bypassing and getting around Duo's two-factor authentication and get into a very protected and segmented production network that's using that. Then hopefully, time permitted, if I don't go too slow here, we can have time for some Q&A and discussions at the end. So who am I? My name's Ronnie Flathers, and I'm a senior consultant with Cisco. Before Cisco, I was with a company called NeoHapsis. And at NeoHapsis and at Cisco, I perform a lot of internal pen tests, the technical stuff, but also get exposed to a lot of higher level strategic and kind of network architecture planning and work with a lot of different organizations. Lately, I've been seeing, and we've been doing a lot more tests in Windows-less environments. And these are internal penetration tests where your standard tool sets don't work, and we don't have PowerShell, which is a fan favorite here at Derbycon. And we've seen this in a lot of DevOps and cloud infrastructure environments where everything's done via Linux and SSH keys and DevOps, Ansible, tools like that. So after doing a lot of these pen tests and talking about after the fact with the clients and showing them what I was able to do and then having remediation strategy discussions, I realized that a lot of people weren't really aware of all you can do in a Linux environment with just some of the standard tool set that you have. And after talking about it with some of my other coworkers and red teamers, I realized that they weren't really familiar with some of the techniques also. So that's where this talk was born. I decided to put a lot of this information into slides to share it out there for red teamers and blue teamers alike. A few things. There's a lot of value in informational findings, those blue findings that come back in Nessus. And I've always liked to say that really good pen testers make their living off those informational findings. Lastly, and this is more for blue teamers, but attackers will use and abuse legitimate traffic. So if you're only set up to log and monitor and try to catch known malicious traffic or hacker tools on your network, you're going to miss a lot right under your nose, as we'll see moving forward here. Now I'm going to jump right into it, and for the rest of the talk, we're going to be pen testing this example environment that I created. And it's a really simple environment, but it's entirely based off architectures that I've seen organizations implement before. And this is called ropnop.lab. And in this organization, there are three different network segments. There's the corporate network, there's the dev network, and then there's a highly protected production network. And the production network is further segmented with two-factor authentication. There's two users in this network. There's Mark and there's Patrick, and they have two different privilege levels. Mark is, say, an administrative user. He doesn't have many privileges, and he can't actually leave the corporate network. Patrick, on the other hand, is a developer, and he has rights to get into dev, and he has rights to get into prod to make changes when necessary. Now, this organization has some shared common services here. There's no Windows in this organization, but they are using LDAP, DNS, and Kerberos. One box here that I want to talk about, because I've seen a lot of organizations have something similar, I've called TS, and it sits inside the corporate network, and it's a shared use box where employees can log into and get a Linux environment, and they can use this box to run tests or stage code or store things on. They just have access to this box. And my company has a few boxes like this. My school had a box like this where all students were able to log in to a Unix box and get access to it. So I've seen it a lot more, especially as DevOps has become a lot more prevalent in organizations. Now we're going to assume, for the sake of this pen test, that Mark gets compromised. A lower privileged user has had his password stolen. What's the worst that could happen? That's where we're going to start off on this pen test example, and I'm going to dive right into it. But before I do that, just looking at this kind of show of hands, who here thinks that this is a pretty although simple, but a pretty sane and secure network layout and organization. Yeah, I think so too. If you look at this, they're doing a lot right. They have segmentation in place. They're enforcing access controls. They've got 2FA on their sensitive network, the production network. They've got users with differing privilege levels. They're doing least access here, least privilege access. They're doing a lot right. But there's one area where they are weak, and it's where these trust boundaries kind of get blurred between users with differing privilege levels, and that's that TS box right there, as we'll see. So jumping into it, cannot stress enough how important reconnaissance is. For red teamers, you need to know exactly what you're working with when you start doing an attack scenario. And you need to learn to love those informational findings that I mentioned earlier. LDAP and DNS are treasure troves of information and my go-to for great information about a network. DNS can tell you what services are running and where they are on the network, and LDAP can tell you who's using them. So these 3 dig commands here are just some example DNS queries you can look up for serve records, and they'll tell you where the LDAP servers are, where the Kerberos servers are, and the text record there at the bottom will tell you what the Kerberos realm is. So with those 3 commands, we have a pretty good idea of where authentication is being handled and where LDAP is. Once we know where LDAP is, we can actually just do LDAP queries to find out even more information about it, either through unauthenticated binds or if we have a password through an authenticated bind. This LDAP query will dump out all the information for ropnop.lab and tell us where boxes are located, information about those boxes, what users are on the network, what groups they're in. So through some of this recon, if we have, say, Mark's password, we might realize that, okay, Mark doesn't have many privileges, but Patrick, on the other hand, does. And we'll keep that in mind, knowing that Patrick might be the one we actually want to try to compromise down the line. So I've heard a lot of organizations say that they're trying to migrate away from passwords, that passwords are weak and we don't really use passwords in our environment because we're fully Kerberized and we use SSH everywhere. So even if you get a password, well, you can't log into anywhere because we don't use password authentication. Slight problem with that though, which is Kerberos is password based. So if we SSH as Mark from our Kali box here and we try to get onto that TS box, we can see that we get permission denied. And that's because password authentication is disabled. But we see that GSS API is enabled, which is Kerberos for SSH. Now through that DNS recon a step ago, we know where their Kerberos servers are, so we can actually configure our Kali box to talk to those Kerberos servers and authenticate to the Kerberos realm, which is ropnop.lab. So we can do a kinit command to check out a ticket for Mark, and we authenticate with Mark's password, which we've got through, say, phishing. A klist will show us, yep, we have a TGT for Mark at ropnop.lab. And we can SSH again, but this time tell SSH to use GSS API authentication and to delegate our credentials forward. And a second ago, we got permission denied. Now we get welcome to Ubuntu. So we've just authenticated to a box using a password, even though you say password authentication is disabled. It only took a few additional steps of just knowing how the network works and being able to talk to the Kerberos server first. Now, I'm not going to talk much about local privilege escalation. There's really great resources out there and a lot of things you can look for, but I have to mention my favorite way of getting root privileges on a box, and it's the first thing I always look for when I land on a box like this, which is sudo. We trust sudo to give us root privileges responsibly, right? But it's basically just a whitelist of commands that a user can run as with root privileges, and it's handled by etc sudoers. So sudo-l is a command you can run which will tell you what you have permissions to run with root privileges. So if we log in the TS as Mark and we do a sudo-l, we can see that Mark can run these following 4 commands. I don't know if everyone in the back can see that, but does anyone see any problems with some of these commands? A few people, yeah. If I was a pen tester, my eyes would light up because I can actually get a root shell from all 4 of these commands through sudo. Find. Seems innocent enough, right? You're just searching. But find has the exec param, which will actually execute a command once a file is found. So we can just find a file that we know exists and then execute bin bash and drop into a root shell. Vim's just a text editor. What could go wrong? Vim lets you execute shell commands, so we can just do a bin bash within Vim and drop immediately down into a root shell. Here's one for DevOps people, a custom script. Well, I've seen this before where the script inherits permissions that are wrong and it's group writable. So we can just modify that script and then run it with sudo root shell. This one's a little bit more subtle. On the surface, it looks like all you can do is copy logs from Apache into a backups directory. But that wildcard is unbounded, which means you can actually put in .. slashes and traverse upwards. So you can actually copy anything from anywhere to anywhere else. So I can sudo copy binsh and overwrite some other script or binary that I also have sudo permissions to run, and then sudo run that and drop right into a root shell. So 4 different ways to get a root shell on this box. Didn't take much, was no crazy exploit, we just dropped into a root shell with sudo. Well, we've got root, so now what? Well, we've all seen the talks at Derbycon so far. I mean, what do we do when we have system on Windows? We run Mimikatz. So we'll just wget the Mimikatz elf binary and we'll chmod it, and then we just sudo mimikatz -- dump secrets. Just kidding, that doesn't work. That doesn't exist. We are root though, so we can, if we want, add local users, we can change passwords, we could do something really nasty like rootkits or backdoors. But to me, these are easy ways to get detected, to trigger alarms, and or cause damage to an organization, which we want to try to avoid. So no, we need to think like attackers and we need to think in graphs. We know that other users exist on the network, and we know that other boxes exist on the network, and we know that those users connect to those other boxes. So there's only one solution in my mind. We need to go deeper. We're root, but you can't just transfer root to another box. The question is, how do we become someone else and move to a different box? In this example, in this organization, we know that they're using Kerberos to authenticate. Well, authenticated users will leave behind Kerberos ticket caches. Now, in Windows, these Kerberos ticket caches are stored in protected memory, and you have to use a tool like Mimikatz to access them. On Linux, they're stored in the temp directory, and they're just files. Now, they do have file permissions on them, but we're root, so we can do whatever we want with them. Your default, or the default location for Kerberos ticket caches on Linux is temp krb5cc _ and then your user ID and some random characters. You can find where your current Kerberos ticket cache is with a klist command, or it's always going to be stored in the krb5cc name environment variable. If we do an ls-l on just temp kerb *, we'll see all the Kerberos ticket caches that are in that temp directory. Now, if there's a Kerberos ticket cache in that temp directory that's not expired yet, and we copy that into our ticket cache, in the eyes of Kerberos, we've essentially become that person, and we can now authenticate as them wherever we want with Kerberos tickets. So here we are root on that TS box. We've elevated from Mark, and we run a klist, and we see that we're still Mark at ropnop.lab, that's our principal name, and our Kerberos ticket cache is at temp krb5cc 10,002 random characters. We do an ls-l in the temp directory, and we see that, oh, Patrick has been on this box recently. He got a Kerberos ticket and sitting there in the temp directory. If we copy Patrick's Kerberos ticket cache and overwrite our Kerberos ticket cache, and then run klist again, Kerberos now thinks, okay, our default principal has changed. We're now Patrick at ropnop.lab. So we just do the same thing we did a second ago, and we SSH with Kerberos authentication as Patrick, and we just jumped into the development network as Patrick, where previously Mark didn't have access to get onto that development network. So we just impersonated someone else and made another jump into a different network segment by stealing Kerberos tickets. So Kerberos is hard to configure. It's not extremely widely deployed, but everyone uses SSH. And a lot of users who use SSH will use SSH agents, and they'll do SSH agent forwarding. So is everyone kind of familiar with SSH agents and forwarding? Basically, to avoid storing your private key everywhere, when you do SSH agent forwarding, it'll decrypt your private key into memory on your laptop, and then when you SSH to a box, it opens a socket. and that socket connects back to the agent which resides on your laptop. Any further hop or authentication you want to make, it'll pass the authentication materials, the challenge and the response, through that socket all the way back to your laptop where your private key resides to do the challenge response. The beauty and the danger here is that if we can hijack this socket, we can use it to kind of outsource our authentication to a legitimate person and a legitimate SSH agent. So what I mean is if we wanted to try to authenticate as Patrick and we hijack the real Patrick's SSH auth socket, when we get a challenge from the server we want to authenticate to, we kind of just immediately pass it off to the real Patrick. It goes to his laptop where his real private key resides. It sends the response to that challenge back through the socket, and we've authenticated as Patrick from our session without having to actually need Patrick's private key because we've, like I like to call it, outsourced our authentication. So that socket is located on the system, and the location is in an environment variable called SSH auth sock. So to hijack an SSH socket, it's kind of a three-step process. First, you want to discover who's actively logged in. This only works if a user has an active connection to the machine. And then you find the PID, or the process ID, of their bash environment. Once you know that, you can dump the environment information for that PID and look for that environment variable called SSH auth sock. It'll tell you where that socket is located on the system. Then we just pass that as an environment variable to a new SSH connection, and when we try to connect, it'll use that socket to handle all the authentication for us. So these are the commands to do that, and this is going to be in the demo video coming up in a few minutes. But to discover logged in users, you can use who. And to get the process IDs, I like to use pstree. And so we can see that Patrick is logged in. And sorry, this is small for the people in the back. But we can see that Patrick has a bash process ID at 1979. This little one-liner here, it will dump the environment information for process ID 1979, and with a trim command, it'll pretty print it for us. And then we just grep for the SSH auth sock environment variable. And we'll see that there's a SSH auth socket in the temp directory here with a bunch of random characters. All we need to do is pass that as an environment variable to a new SSH connection, forward that agent again, and we can authenticate as Patrick into the dev network. And when we hit enter, like I said, it's going to pass all that authentication challenge response through this real Patrick's authentication socket, and we'll authenticate as Patrick and jump onto the dev network. Oh no, it's 2FA. So even if a organization might say, even if you have a password, or even if you have an SSH agent, or even if you have a Kerberos ticket, we use 2FA on our most sensitive systems. And there's no way you can get past that, right? Well, the first time I came across this, I was a bit stymied, and I had to kind of step back and think about, all right, how is two-factor authentication actually handled with SSH? How does it actually work? So two-factor authentication for SSH usually happens in one of two ways. The first is using SSH's force command. What this does is after a user's authenticated, it forces them to execute a command and kind of throws them in a jail where they have to then put in their one-time password or their PIN. But that's not really true 2FA because they've already authenticated and then you're challenging them again for another authentication. There's a few different ways to bypass that. I'm not going to go into it here because the more secure and true way to do 2FA is through an actual PAM module. So Duo and Google are two popular 2FA service providers, and they both offer compiled PAM modules that you can throw on a box and then use that for SSH authentication. Excuse me. But to understand that, we need to think, how do PAM modules work? When do PAM modules actually execute and handle authentication? They fire during the connection establishment phase. So PAM modules will ask you for your authentication, whichever way you want, when you're trying to establish a connection to the machine over SSH. Once that connection is established, they're not used again. They just go in the background and you have your active session, and the PAM module never fires again until that connection is destroyed and you try to open a new connection. Now this is a really subtle but very important thing to realize, that authentication happens on a per connection basis, not a per session basis. As long as that connection is not destroyed, the user is never prompted again, and that connection can be as long lasting as however long the user needs that connection or session to be active. So how can we use that to our advantage here? Has anyone heard of SSH master mode? 3 people, 4 people? Yeah, it's a kind of lesser known feature that's built into SSH that is incredibly powerful and in my mind really dangerous too. SSH master mode allows multiple SSH sessions to share one connection. It's a built-in multiplexer for SSH. These sessions don't require additional authentication because authentication, remember, only happens on a per connection basis, not a per session basis. So you can think of it like piggybacking on an existing SSH connection. The connection is there, and we're throwing in a new session into that existing SSH connection or tunnel. So there's 3 options that control SSH master mode, and they all have to be present when the connection is initiated. Once a connection is initiated, you can open a new session on that connection through a socket with the -s command. So these are the 3 options right here. The first is control master, which tells SSH, I want to use master mode for this connection. Control path tells SSH where to store that socket. In this case, it's in the temp directory, and these variables get expanded to user, host, and port. This last option really kind of blew my mind when I read about it in the man page. Control persist yes. What this does is tells SSH that even if there's no active session, keep the connection alive. So think about that for a second. With control persist set, you can log into a box with SSH, you can do your work, you can type exit and shut down. SSH does not terminate the connection. The connection just keeps running there in the background until the next time you want to open another session on it. So how can we abuse it? Well, when I've read about it, I thought, okay, this is kind of like a backdoor for SSH. If we can trick a user into initiating a connection with master mode, it'll open a socket, we can come by later and inject a new session into that socket without needing to authenticate because the real user's already authenticated that connection for us. All right, demo time. In this scenario, we're gonna start in the video here where we've already gotten onto TS. Remember, we compromised Mark's password and we jumped onto that TS box and we've elevated ourselves to root. So we're gonna start with a root shell on TS. Our goal here is to get into that production network, which is protected with 2FA. So here's our root shell on TS. The first thing we're going to want to do is see who's currently logged in. So we run the who command and we can see that Patrick has a active session. So the PS tree will give us the process ID of bash for Patrick. And that one-liner that I showed earlier here is going to dump the environment variables for that bash session. And we're going to grep for his authentication socket because Patrick's using agent forwarding here. So that's where the SSH auth socket's located. We just have to copy that and paste it as an environment variable into a new SSH command. We forward that agent on, and we want to jump onto the dev network as Patrick. We hit enter, it outsources all the authentication for us. And we jump on to dev as Patrick, and we've just authenticated to him. So we're feeling pretty good. We're attackers here. Let's just try to jump onto that prod network right now. We have Patrick's agent, so let's just go ahead and SSH onto prod. Authenticate with partial success, and shit, it's 2FA. We definitely don't have access to that phone, and it's duo 2FA. There's no way we can get around it. But we think like attackers, and we know that the real Patrick does log into prod. He's going to have to eventually. So let's backdoor his SSH with master mode. So here we're opening his config, and we're telling SSH that the next time you connect to prod, use master mode, save the socket for that connection in the temp directory in a file called mwahaha, and then persist it. Keep that connection alive, because when he's done with it, I want to use it. So don't destroy that connection, persist it, and keep it alive. If we look in the temp directory now and we see there's nothing there, so now we just wait. We keep our shell alive on this box and we just wait for the real Patrick to come along. So here's the real Patrick, different session. He's doing his dev stuff and it's time to make a change on prod. So he's going to SSH as himself onto prod. Authenticate with partial success. He's got his phone at his desk in front of him, so he's going to send himself a Duo push. The Duo app pops up and says, do you approve this connection to prod? He says yes. He types in his password. Now he's got a session on prod. He does his dev stuff. He makes whatever change or restarts the service, whatever he needs to do. And he exits and he closes out that session. And he goes home for the day. Now we as attackers come back from lunch and we take a look in the temp directory and suddenly there's a socket there called Mwahaha. So we're going to try to SSH again, but we're going to tell SSH to use that existing connection with the -s command. Second ago, we got two-factor auth. Now we just immediately open up a session, and we've got a session on prod as Patrick, and didn't even see that Duo two-factor auth prompt at all. So I'm a little over on time, but real quick, just to summarize here, this is kind of graphical of what we did, but we ended up with a session on prod as Patrick without ever knowing Patrick's password. We never had Patrick's SSH key. We never had access to Patrick's phone for the two-factor auth prompt. And I think really telling is we never used any hacker tools or things that might flag an IDS. Because what was there to detect? We used Kerberos, we used SSH, we used sudo. All this stuff is normal in that network. And then we ended up with the shell as Patrick on prod, which is also not normal or not unexpected because the real Patrick does work on prod as well. So I hope for red teamers and blue teamers alike, some of these tools and techniques really make you kind of question who and what do we trust in our network and how can we prevent and defend against these types of attacks and pivoting around our network. So thank you. I don't know if I have time for questions, but I will happily go out into the hallway and I'm happy to discuss a little more. Okay, perfect. Thanks everyone. Thank you.
I think it's time. Hello, my name is Salvador Mendoza, and it's my first time here in Derbycon, so I'm very excited to be here. I'm going to talk about Samsung Pay, tokenized numbers, flaws, and issues. I want to start with the agenda for today. We're going to talk about terminology, analyzing token numbers, MST and NFC protocols, and how Samsung Pay implements them, token phases, flaws, and issues, dangerous scenarios, Yams Pay, token get tool, some tools I made for this research. International tokens, Maxbook Pi, a new device that I'm going to introduce to you in this tag, and other researchers. So some terminology for this tag is NFC for near-field communication, MST for magnetic security transmission. So basically, what Samsung implements is like when you are going to make a payment, you use these two protocols to have a wider vendor's terminal acceptance, different from Apple Pay, which use just NFC. BTS for Visa Token Service, tokenized numbers, which is a process where the primary account number is replaced with surrogate value, which means a token. When I'm talking about token, just think about tokenized numbers. A token in authorized voucher to interchange for goods and services, and TSP for token service provider, and PAN for primary account number. So let's analyze a tokenized number. Basically, it's the same virtual credit card. The first 20 digits and the last, the first 16 digits. The last 20 digits, they are the new tokenized number, which is like an ID for that token. And you can use just one token for each transaction. So we have the separators. What they did was exactly like making a format for American Banking Association, emulating perfectly the physical swiping card. Let me show you basically what a token from Samsung Pay is. So let me use my phone. So I'm going to make a transmission. So this one is going to send the same token like 1 minute until the terminal gets the token. You have to send again the token and make another token. If you can notice, this one is kind of different with identifier right here. 32, 33 is going in incremental. I'm going to add some tokens just to see the difference between each one. I'm going to make like maybe 5. Okay, just lay down. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a Python just to make a review of the tokens. So basically what you have here is the last 20 digits of the token. What is the difference? This one right here, it's the expiration of the credit card, the virtual credit card. The next one is the service code. We change, for example, you have a Shiba PIN protection in your car and you add it to this Samsung Pay. This one is going to change it for 101, yet without any restrictions. This one I call the BCC row, which is at the first counter. The next one is the ID transaction, and the last 3 digits are the random numbers. Basically, this is the format of the token, which is supposed to be very random, but the reality is not. So that's exactly what I tell you about each field. The difference between online and offline mode is the main difference basically is the counter in the middle. If we see this counter right here, if I put an airplane mode, I can use my Samsung Pay to make payments, but this counter is not going to change. So what is going to change is going to be just the ID for each purchase and the random numbers on the end. So what I say, you can make payments in offline mode. Like any other transaction in the banks, you go to phases. Basically, it's when you make when you create a token, it's go for some kind of status until it's get processed, like active, pending, dispose, enroll, expire after a valid time period, suspended, basically. How the system updated token. I was talking to some guys in Samsung and they said this was not true. Basically what they said, this kind of simulation wasn't true. But what I found in the code was, if you see the provision token or something like that, what I found in the code is they use in the tables that data to make the update. Basically, it's all the data that you need. The provision token ID, but also the API number. So it's all their information. What another thing that they say, they never save data in the storage. But also I found that the token has been retrieved from storage from MST. So I don't know what they're talking about, or maybe they don't know the framework. I found many files and directories inside of the Samsung device. It's not just because you cannot root the phone and use the Samsung Pay simultaneously, so it's impossible. But what I found was all these kind of files, they use it to make these kind of transactions, and many databases. If we take a look at this database right here, in the bottom. This database we're attacking right now. It has a lot of information. I'm right now in the Visa framework inside of the Samsung Pay. Let me take a look of the. Basically, Samsung Pay use this framework on the top to complement the another package. They are separated to make the tokenization process. So another flaw and issue that I found was in the databases. Maybe they're thinking these databases are encrypted, but what I found was like in substitution characters inside to in this case to encrypt the databases, and they have the static passwords and the functions. But it's not yet for the databases by itself, but also for another functions. I was thinking maybe it's possible for the network encryption, but I cannot say it's true because they are going to say it's a fallacy. Another flaw and issue that I found was when I was able to make a backup of databases, I found that a token expiration field in the database wasn't blank. That means something was wrong here. Also, they will try expiry time, implement timestamp format, but it was for 1 day. So what I noticed was, for example, if I ask you, hey, can you show me how Samsung Pay works? And you just show me how Samsung Pay works, and Samsung Pay is generating 1 token, but you're not using that token to make a purchase. Just you're generating that token just to show me how Samsung Pay works. The next time that you are going to make a payment, you're going to generate a new token, but the last token is still alive, still active. So anyone else can use it to make a purchase.
So those tokens you just showed us on the screen.
Exactly, they are active, but don't use it, man. Yeah. So another issue and flaw that I found was when I delete my card in Samsung Pay, the new virtual credit card is almost the same. But I tried to do it in different days. I tried to make a log and everything. So what I found was that the last 4 digits what will really change in a period of time. So but how you can get the last 4 digits, just you need to, and you are going to get it from the side of the card without any password or something, you have a physical access to the phone. So if someone can get the token, maybe he can guess the next 4 digits. So let's go to the good things about the attacks. One of the things I was thinking about is to reverse the encrypt and decrypt functions. If someone is able to do that, if one person can found a 0-day and NOTs, for example, is going to be able to reverse the databases and information from Visa, for example, for MasterCard, American Express, or any other bank. Also, I designed a token get. My token get baby is a device that you can put in your arm, okay, where under your coat, and you can use it to detect tokens. So basically, what I did, I have this device under my coat, and I'm going to use it to generate token. Oh, I can see it.
That's the antenna? Or is that?
Basically, it's the light of my credit card reader. So what it does, it sends these tokens to my email, so I can use another device like MaxProof from Samicam Core to make a purchase. Basically, you can see in the background how they are loaded. After that, I load these tokens, one of the tokens, to MaxProof device. I'm going to a machine. I'm trying to make a purchase. So basically, I select the product, and it validates the token. What Samsung said that it was impossible because you need many things from the phone to make this purchase. So the next device was JamsPay. YAMSpace is a new device. It's the same thing, but this device you can put in the terminal, closer to a terminal. So basically what it does is the same thing. You can just leave it in the terminal, and the person comes to the terminal, try to make a purchase, and it sends this token to the email. But I improved this tool, and you're going to see in the next videos. It's going to have a Python web server, so you can control the service inside the computer. By basic, what you do is like the person is going to make a purchase, but it's jamming the terminal, it's sending signals to a terminal using MST, another MaxPoof device inside of the same bots. So it sends signals to the terminal. When the person is going to make a payment, the terminal is not more in input mode, so it is not going to detect the new token. So basically, it's going to detect the token sent to an email, so I can get it and use a Samicon card device, MaxPoof, and make a purchase. So then it's so let's try to guess a token. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my phone in airplane mode. And I'm going to start capturing tokens. That's one. And you will notice the counter in the middle is not going to change anymore. So basically, if you see here in the middle, this counter is going to be in the same position ever. So this is going to be incremental, and the last ones is going to be random numbers. So what really you need to guess is the last 3 digits, basically. They say it was impossible, is not going to happen, or all that kind of things, but there really is a problem here. International Samsung Pay tokens. I was thinking that it was possible to use these tokens in another country. Maybe I was thinking that they have some restrictions from the physical credit card to the virtual credit card. So I sent one of my tokens to one of my friends in Mexico. Samsung Pay is not in Mexico yet. So I thought that maybe this one is not going to happen. But what it says, hey man, can you check this out and try one of my tokens in Mexico? He's charging me 20 Mexican pesos. So he's making a transaction. The transaction went through. Just sign it. There you go. You have 20 Mexican pesos for me, man. So basically, I got the notification. I got a notification from Samsung. Hey, here in the bottom, you spent 20 Mexican pesos where Samsung Pay is not in Mexico yet. What they say about this was because Mexico is too close, it's kind of United States, so. So I want to introduce today to Derbycon the MaxPoof Pi. This MaxPoof Pi is a new device from Raspberries. So basically it's the same thing like MaxPoof, but you have the opportunity in this case, like you can use the Raspberry to have variable tracks on it. For example, why I did this kind of project was because I was need to update the token every time I need to use it. So I designed this project and a Python to start changing the tracks when I want it, or in the way that I want it. Also, you can change the bar rate, all that kind of things on it. So I made a video. This one was the first prototype. I'm using a Raspberry Pi 3, LipoVary, and Power Boost, USB cable, MaxPoof. And everything is on internet. You can find all the project on internet. So I made a video here in Derbycon, of course. So basically what it does is like, I'm using Python just to test it to see what is the actual token. I have a timer, so it takes a while to start transmitting. But basically, what it does is it's exactly like the SAM account card device, the same thing. After that, I'm going to use my Samsung Pay device to update the code. So I start compiling all the things and updating the code to the project, even without removing, that's the main point, removing from the Raspberry. So it's updating. It takes a while because it's like a microchip, but after that it's ready. What I noticed was when I tried to use this device in the video, I was trying to use in the backwards, and it didn't work. You can see right here. The coil's on our side. So I turn it over, flip it. I was like, what's going on? But yeah, after a while, I'm going to get it. So that's a new project I'm going to use for this research in the future. So another researchers, I found that I'm not the only person who is researching about Samsung Pay. After my tag on Derbycon and Black Hat, I found that there were some guys in Asia that were researching about this issue. What they found was, I was thinking about it, but I never had the opportunity to do it. You can sniff the signals for even almost 2 meters using a coil. Using a big coil like these ones. So it's kind of, maybe you're going to use that one. You're going to take pizza bots, Turn it with you. Yeah. So basically, I mean, it's possible. It's there. It's a possibility. So the takeaways for this tag is about it. Samsung Pay has some levels of security, but it's a fact that could be a target for malicious attacks. Samsung Pay also has some limitation in the tokenization process, which could affect customer security. And finally, tokens generated by Samsung Pay could be used in another hardware. Please, do you have any questions?
I have 2 questions. The encryption of the card, is it different for each phone, or is the encryption key consistent like the password?
I think they are used. He is asking about if the encryption for the databases basically is different for each phone, or just for one specifically phone. What I found was that this code, the static password for databases to encrypt the database, is the same for each phone. I mean, it's the same for each phone because it's a static password.
There's no other token or salt or any other nonce that's unique to the phone?
It depends. If you're talking about the encryption of databases, it's just the same function. They use the same function.
So my next question then is, does that, if I root my phone after I've already had Samsung Pay, does that wipe the database? Does that change the database?
After you root your phone and you're going to try to use Samsung Pay is going to detect.
Right.
It's going to detect it's a root phone and it's going to delete everything.
The database is still there, right?
Yeah, probably yes.
Okay, so it's possible then that I could write a piece of malware that could be put on a rooted phone that already has a database, and I can extract the contents of the database.
Probably yes.
Because the encryption's the same, I could then decrypt it from 100 million Samsung Pay phones.
Probably yes.
I'll get to work.
I'm not going to tell you yes, but yes, probably yes.
Is the token only authorized for a particular amount?
No. You can.
Set it up so it's a point at my vending machine, and then if I grab the token, go off and buy a car.
Yes, you can. I saw people buying like 2,000 using Samsung Pay, and people buying $1 using Samsung Pay. So I'm not telling you that you can buy a car, but you can buy expensive things with it. Yes.
In the scenario where you're capturing the token over NFC by the vending machine, does that purchase still go through that they tried to make, and you can't reuse that same token, or are they doing it multiple times?
No, basically, it's not NFC, it's MST, what I'm talking.
Okay.
So what the device does is, the device is going to, in this particular case, my device is going to send MST signals using MaxPoof. So when the people is approaching to make a purchase, this terminal is busy doing my, in this case, validating my token that I'm sending using my MaxPoof. So when this person came to the machine and tried to make a purchase, the terminal is so busy that it's not going to detect that token. But the schemer on my device is going to detect it, and it's going to send it to my email.
Okay. Is it feasible to pull off something like that with the NFC?
Yes. I saw some tags in Black Hat last year about how to attack NFC. So it's possible. I mean, you need a lot of devices to do this, and but the possibility is there. Yes, back there.
You said that the app has root detection, right?
Yes.
Have you looked at trying to reverse engineer it since it's APK? You could kind of unpack that, get rid of the thing that does root detection, and load the APK back on the phone?
It's silent. I mean, it's very silent. It's not yet like, because Samsung Pay has a very restricted system. In this case, it's not just the system, it's also the nodes on the top. So mainly this application is under the layers. It's not yet normal application. Yeah, exactly. So that's the main protection of this kind of devices. That's why I think they are using obscurity for security in this case, basically, what they're doing. Yes, sir?
Last question, and stop bugging you. Do you need root to read the database?
I never try it, to be honest. I never try it. But what I found was when you open the Samsung Pay device, if it's rooted, everything is going to delete it. But I never try to pull the database because my research was just to try to find the ways using a normal device and try to find vulnerabilities. I never tried to root it or something like that.
So you were able to view all of this without rooting your phone?
I reverse the application basically.
Okay.
Yes, all the files that I show you, it's in the code.
So all the database
APK.
structures were from the code.
Yeah, exactly. All the structures are from the code, and there are many structures. Anything else? So I need to say thank you to these guys. They really help us a lot. And thank you guys.
Good job, man.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, man. I am kind of late. Or?
Yeah, I'm up next. No, you're fine. You're fine. We got a few minutes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Actually, talk.
Thank you. If someone wants to see the Max Food 5, I'm over here. I'm trying to design something cool with the oil. Yeah, I'm working on it.
Oh, the guy in the Vikings jersey left. I was going to ask him if Jesus hates his team. Front row. Front row. Y'all are sad. Should we wait until the time, or should we start? Or 3 minutes? Yeah, I got 3 minutes. Okay. I can tell jokes for 3 minutes. About my coworkers who are in the front row. And Bart. That's not going to work. It's great having a laptop with a dead Thunderbolt port. Yeah, so. I can work on that. Actually, let's see if I can get this thing to come back to life. This reroute here. There we go. There we go. Hey, awesome. I'll wait on the cue from the video guy. This talk is so good you won't want to miss a second of it. Or watch it because you don't remember it. Watch it again. So, all right, it's 11 o'clock Sunday, Derbycon, the dream time slot for every presenter. No, seriously, I'm glad to be here. My name's Russell Butterini. This is Fireway, Syncing the Next Generation Firewall. So before we get started, how many people are familiar with or know what I'm talking about when I say next generation firewall? Okay, pretty good amount. You know, if you're not or you need a review, then we're going to talk about it. And if you already are, then you can tune out. But cool, so we'll get started. I am on the pen test team at a large healthcare company. I see 1, 2, 3 of my coworkers and probably some I haven't met who are here. Anything I say or do in this talk is representing me and not my employer. I love when you go to security conferences, people won't tell you where they work in their presentation, but then you just go look at LinkedIn and find out where they work afterwards, which is pretty awesome. So don't take it out on them. I've been doing IT, IS, fun stuff like that for 12 years. A little bit of everything: sysadmin, web app hacking, pen testing, firewall administration, IPS, antivirus, DLP, Active Directory, grab bag of stuff. 2 years ago at Derbycon, I presented a tool called NoSQL Map, which someday I will work on again, maybe, if time permits. And I'm the world's worst PowerPointer. So pro tip, black text on a white background works on every projector in the world. And I'm not artistic enough to find any other color combination that works. So these will be really boring slides. So before we get started, I want to give you a little bit of a disclaimer. I am not going to show you crazy NSA leak, zero-day firewall hacks in this talk. What I'm going to show you are things that are fundamental flaws in the way that the firewall is designed and the premises the products are built on. It's great for us, right? Because that means this isn't simply a patch and it's fixed or a firmware update and it's fixed. These are things that are broken in the product and probably are not going to be fixed. There's one particular vendor that you all will recognize as we get into the slides. Anybody who's touched a next-gen firewall will recognize that we're going to pick on for the sake of example, but they pretty much all work the same way. And I've talked to this vendor about these problems. The other people have talked to this vendor about these problems, and the vendor pretty much says, like, yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Not going to be fixed. So that's pretty great. So little review, little primer for if you are new to firewalls. A traditional firewall filters at layer 3 and layer 4. Now, when I say layer 3 and layer 4, who knows what I'm talking about? Call it out. Okay. The OSI model. Right. Very good. So that means we're filtering on things like IP, port, things like that. Maybe depending on your firewall vendor, I know the ASA will do like layer 2 a little bit, do some limited deep packet inspection for very specific things that you configure it to look for. But mostly your filtering is going to be in layer 3 and layer 4. Rules are built to you let traffic out. The firewall dynamically opens ports to let traffic back in based on what it observes in the connection setup. And it's pretty much permit deny. I think that it's important to remember too that when you're thinking about traditional firewalls versus next-gen firewalls, they're very context-based, next-gen firewalls are. So in traditional firewalls, traffic always looks the same. So it's things like IPs, ports, things that don't change a lot. So the way the traffic appears to the firewall is very, very static. And then, of course, you get NAT and PAT and routing and all the other fun stuff that you need to stick something in your network. So the advantages, quote unquote, that you'll get with a next-gen firewall is things like you can filter from layer 2, so this would be MAC address layer, for example, all the way into layer 7, which is the juicy stuff, the payload, the data that's being delivered as the traffic goes across the wire. At least that's what salespeople will tell you. Rules, and this is a whole separate talk, you still have the principles of static context, so IPs and subnets and VLANs and ports, things like that, but you also have dynamic objects. So you take data from external sources like DNS, like Active Directory event logs, like wireless controller event logs, like captive portal authentication. You feed it to the firewall, and it ties that data back to IP-based traffic by parsing out, well, this authentication attempt came from Joe at IP 192.168.1.5 to Active Directory. So if I see traffic from that IP, I'm going to tie it to Joe, and I can build rules. But Joe can move around the network a lot, right? So your contexts are very dynamic. I think of next-gen firewalls as more of a decision device rather than just a filtering device, because there's a lot of different things you can do based on what that packet looks like. And it could be something as simple as DLP, it could be QoS, it could be route changes, all kinds of different stuff. And then, of course, you get the salesperson buzzword bingo, APT, threat intelligence, threat prevention, all that fun stuff. Cyber, we got to say that. So as security practitioners, we're also here like, oh man, this is awesome. I mean, this firewall is going to dig down deep into every packet, right? And it's going to look at it, and it's going to match a very, very specific set of characteristics that we specify. And if it doesn't match, then we're just going to drop it. And if we're going to look at the response coming back, and if the response doesn't look like it should, then we're going to drop it, and it's going to be great, and no traffic is going to ever leave the network, and it's going to be awesome. So what I'm going to tell you is that is not exactly true. And some guys, and I got a couple of references in the talk, when next-gen firewalls first sort of started becoming mainstream back in 2012, Brad Woodberg and Dave LaSalle, Brad did a talk at DEF CON 19, and Dave did a talk at NOLASEC. And they sort of started to scratch the surface on some of these issues and how these firewalls work. But and I'll have the references for those talks at the end if you want to check those out as well. But they like I said, they scratched the surface, and they, like me, talked to the vendor, and the vendor said, yeah, that's pretty much how it works. So here we are 4 or 5 years later, same issues still exist. So why can't we do what the firewall vendor says this is going to do? It's too expensive computationally, and it's too expensive network latency-wise, right? I mean, you can't sit and hold a packet indefinitely while you scroll through a database of 35,000 applications looking for the app ID signature. Okay, you can't sit and hold the response to that connection or the traffic coming back inbound indefinitely while you're looking to make sure it fits a very particular pattern. I mean, you're going to run the CPU up on the management plane of the firewall, right? And you're also going to introduce a tremendous amount of network latency. And in security, what wins? Security or performance? Performance always wins, right? The second piece of that is rule management. If you did that, would be insane. You'd be trying to try to permit just very, very specific things, and you'd have a 10,000 rule base, and yeah. So the next-gen firewall will take some shortcuts. And the first thing it does is it will actually allow unrestricted traffic flow if you're using App ID. I think other vendors may call something different. App ID is that layer 7 inspection until the firewall sees enough traffic to figure out what type of app is flowing through the firewall. Now, the second point is really, really, really important. The firewall generally will look at traffic going out. It will not care about what comes back in. And we're going to have some fun with that here in a little bit. Assumptions, layer 4 attributes. So a great example of this is this particular vendor's firewall, and I've seen some others that do it as well. If you send something on port 443 and the firewall can't clearly figure out what it is, it assumes it's SSL. So if you have a rule that permits SSL, and you want to like base 64 encode a file and send it out, and the firewall can't read it, oh, this is SSL, that's fine. Let it go. And like we talked about, there's a lot of performance trade-offs in GFWs. So if you're trying to match an app, you can only work on so many characteristics. And there's a couple reasons for that we'll get into a little bit later. So a little more visual example, this is the OSI model. It's a thing you all learned for your CCNA and then promptly forgot after you passed the test. but I want you to think about, I like this because it's a bottom down, so application, the layer 7 to 1. And I want you to think about those layers at the bottom in orange, 1, 2, 3, and 4. You have to build all that before you get to layer 7 to do the inspection. So I'm seeing some nodding and some guys, I think you guys are kind of seeing where there's going to be some problems with this, right? So I'm going to give you an example, and for those of you who have ever worked next-gen firewall probably know exactly what vendor we're talking about now. This is the Skype signature from this vendor's firewall. The key part of this is I want you to look at the line that says standard ports, TCP dynamic and UDP dynamic. That's their code word for any. So if you have a rule, and this is Skype, but there's a number of different apps like that. If you have a rule that allows this app out the firewall, it's going to allow any traffic out on any port until it sees enough data to figure out this is or is not Skype. So, and like I said, it's not limited to just this app. And it's also the same if you say have an app that allows traffic out on a certain port, say you want to allow Facebook photos, I don't know, something like that. It's going to allow all the connections out until it makes a decision on whether or not it is that app. So this is my Tom Petty reference. For some reason, I started putting Tom Petty references in every one of my talks. I realized after about 4 talks I've done it, and it's just a tradition now. So into the great wide open. All the connections in this vendor's firewall start as insufficient data. That's an app type that's specified in there, which means I don't know what this app is. And so you can't block it. And you have to allow the full connection handshake out. You have to pass some data. And this data, the amount of data varies per app. So some apps, 2 or 3 packets, oh yeah, it's good. It's not this app, move on to the next rule. Some apps, it takes 10, 12 packets. So I've got some Python code and some tools for auditing this stuff and playing with it, and I hope you all enjoy it. If you can get it there, I'll have this slide at the end if you want to just get it off there and my contact information. But it's a POC test kit. There's a client piece, a server piece, called tool's called Fireway. And I had intended to do a live demo here, and I borrowed a piece of equipment from my friend, who's a Palo Alto sales guy, and I burned the storage up in it in 2 days, and it died. So we're stuck with screenshots, but I assure you, if you take this, it will work. So the first thing I want to talk about is testing this principle of a closed port. So say we have a set of layer 4 ports that we allow out, and we have other ports, but we have other app ID rules where maybe we're allowing some traffic out and trying to match on a layer 7 attribute instead of a layer 4 or layer 3 attribute. So you can start the Fireway server on some past the decision point of the firewall, say the internet, if this is your egress firewall, for example. And it's pretty simple, start up on whatever port. Okay, and then inside the firewall, you launch the client and you point it at your server, you start it up. There are 2 modes for the client. Mode 0, which is just send random data in incrementally larger chunks per connection and see how the firewall responds, and the server will also give you some feedback as to how much data it's receiving. Or you can actually open a file and extract it out the network on a closed port, which is pretty cool too. And you specify the size of the chunk. So once you've run your test with mode 0, you can actually specify like, I want to send the file in 200 byte chunks because I know the firewall's filtering doesn't kick in until it sees 4K of data, something like that. So you basically chunk the file up, the server reassembles it for you, and it's very nice. So show up good. So there's the syntax for the client. So we start it in mode 0. This is a port that's not allowed out the firewall. We start with, say, testing 50 bytes of data. On each new connection, we're going to send 5 more bytes of data, so 50, 55, 60, etc., up to 4K. And so you see what's happening on the server. This is the client is on the left, the server is on the right. Now what's happening, this is a different example, but the client is sending about 100 bytes of data incrementally. The server is watching, and what it's looking for is if it gets the same or a lower amount of data on 2 concurrent connections. If it does, it warns you, then because that way you know the firewall filtering has kicked into effect somewhere and it started to clamp down on your connection because you've sent more data than the app ID will let you send. So what does this look like? Well, the firewall is or this traffic's going through the firewall. And what's wonderful is the firewall writes logs out of order. And I'm going to tell you something else really funny about this screenshot too. So you see there's actually incrementally larger amounts of data. We have the application type set as insufficient data. So basically the firewall saying, I don't know what this is. Now this is really funny. I wrote a rule to allow ping. Now I'm not saying ICMP, I'm saying ping. So this is an app ID rule that's supposed to allow only echo and echo reply. That app signature will let you stand up a full TCP handshake, transmit data across it, and close it down, and the firewall can't make a decision on whether that is an echo or echo reply packet or not. Well, you know, you tell me. That should be like a one packet decision, but it's not. So you see what's happening. We have an app ID signature or a layer 7 signature, or a rule rather, and we're getting traffic out that shouldn't be permitted out because it's on a closed port. Now you see it runs. It's still trying to slide up to about 4K, hits 5, 6K somewhere in there. It says, yeah, I've seen more data than I feel comfortable saying. This matches the ping app signature, and I'm gonna start denying the traffic. So, but we're able to communicate out on a closed port using small chunks of data. So, and then there's just a quick example of moving a file on a closed port. So you start up the client, you mode 1, specify your file name, and then your maximum chunk size, based on maybe what you found running the test in mode 0. So that's pretty cool, right? I mean, we bypassed firewall restrictions. We got an app out, or we used an app rule to get data out on a port, but it's kind of noisy. It's not going to fit in with your regular traffic profiles. I'm sure everybody here has a SOC who very carefully looks at net flow and would see instantly that there was traffic moving on a closed port, and because everybody does that, right? Everybody collects all their net flow. So is there a better tactic? Can we hide, a little bit better and take advantage of some other things in this firewall? So I'm going to give you an example of what a signature looks like. Now, as far as I know, you can't look at this particular vendor, which you all know who it is now, but this particular vendor's database. But people have written custom signatures that you can get. They have a forum, and this was a signature to actually block March Madness streaming basketball, which is, we're in Louisville, so that's offensive, right? But somebody wrote this a couple years ago. You see, the criteria for a match is very, 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 very simple. So you have an HTTP method, a URI path, and then down there at the bottom, you have a host header. That is it. And I'm going to tell you something. All these 35,000 apps that it's supposedly matching, that's about it. I'd say 90% of them are web apps. And it makes sense, right? Because everything on your network right now looks like a web app. It's either some kind of mobile app making RESTful API calls, or it's a web app, or everything. HTTP is scalable and it's easy to write and everybody knows it, and everything looks like a web app. So it's fun. We can actually abuse that pretty significantly. So assuming we know that this is the criteria that the firewall is looking for to match a particular app signature, what if I open a socket to an IP I own and I send it something like this? And the firewall really it could care less if it's a well-formed HTTP request or not. So even though this is a GET request, we can even stack a little data here on the bottom. Now, I found that about 5.5, 6K, it'll start saying, yeah, this is not exactly right, and then dropping the traffic with a GET request. But so let's just send something like this. And bear in mind, I don't even have a web server in mind. I just have a raw socket, because it doesn't really matter because we're not looking at what's being sent back. It's a one-way inspection. So www.linkedin.com, just requesting the root page. I stuck a user agent in there just for fun. The firewall believes that traffic is LinkedIn traffic, even though it went to my IP, and I tacked your data on the bottom of it, and it just matches an internally allowed app. So what about something like this? What if we just take and this is just some random post crap I pulled out of the Facebook API. That's pretty cool. We have a little more room to work because the body of a post request can look pretty much like anything. I mean, and it can be long, short, we have a little more room to work. Or what if we send it something like this, where say we started inspecting the response or strict enforcement of a post request, or how the body is supposed to look. We'll just tack extra crap in the HTTP header. The firewall don't care. And the answer is, or the reason for that is, it would be impossible for these app signature vendors to get you an app signature every time there was a minor change in the way that app or that web page or whatever communicated. So if, Facebook changes their API key format or their mobile auth key format, Palo Alto or Barracuda or whatever firewall you're using, they can't keep up with that, right? They can't check for that stuff. All they can do is very, very basic checks to see what host are you going to, what page you're requesting, what's the method, and what are you pushing. So Fireway will do this for you. You can pollute up the logs. You can, it will actually spoof, and this is very basic right now, and it looks a lot like that first example I showed you with the GET request. But you can chunk up pieces of a file, send them out, spoofed as different applications. So this kind of works as under the guise of normal user surfing or activity. And yeah, I mean, if you're sitting in the SOC looking at it, it just looks like somebody's browsing the internet. Oh, and also I did add this last week. So because we're making requests for a DNS name in that host header, I set it up so you can actually make a DNS request, and it, now you have a DNS request paired with a web request. That's pretty slick. So that's pretty good, right? I mean, it needs a little work because you're sending a bunch of requests, and I mean, I don't know about your users, but I've seen some users who can surf the web pretty fast, but still, it's not perfect. So you need a little more logic. You need to actually maybe have multiple IPs that you're sending out to, so you're not sending like to link. It doesn't show up in the logs as LinkedIn to an IP one time, then like YouTube the next time, something like that, or a different type of app. And you need to insert delays. So that's all stuff I'm going to work on. Talking to multiple servers, reassembling files and chunks of files that have sent to multiple servers. Those are some things that I'd certainly like to add. One thing I'd also like to add would be functionality, almost like BitTorrent, where you're pulling random chunks of a file out and transmitting them instead of sequentially iterating through the file and pulling the chunks out. And the problem with that is we have such a finite amount of space to work with, in these spoofed requests, that you don't have to waste space on like a descriptor saying this is piece 48 of a file or whatever. So trying to figure out a workaround for that is something I'm going to be working on. So to me, I think there's one last thing that I think is important to note. Like we've talked about, you don't inspect the response. If you're only inspecting the outbound and never the return, then does this become a command and control channel hidden in plain sight? What prevents me from sending requests that look like legitimate traffic, and some kind of response comes back that's telling your client on the inside what to do or contains data? As long as the client understands how to parse it. Even if you start inspecting the response, like we talked about, it would be impossible for a NGFW vendor to keep up with every single app change, right? So anytime there's a content change, heck, just clone the site, put an HTML comment in or something, stupid buried in the web page, and it's not going to be checked for. As long as the client knows how to go get it, then there's no reason that you can't just continue to send this traffic out and your Layer 7 inspection will fail or your logging will look like good apps, so. So I got a few conclusions, then we've got some time. I think we have a little bit of time for questions. I think the room's open too. Mrs. Goon, can we use the room for discussion because the room's open after this if we need to, or do we need to go out in the hall? Oh, she's gonna defer. So let me finish it up while she's checking. Layer 7 firewalls are awesome. They're the next logical evolution of filtering, but understand what you're getting out of them. I think that's the biggest thing. They're only as good as the data they have, whether that's the data from an app signature vendor or if it's external data, if you're doing some of the user ID rules and things like that. So that's where the decision making is really, it's only going to be as good as what it knows to look for, right? Anomaly detection, flow monitoring, net flow analysis, all those things, those are still king. And I think personally, and you guys have worked with these platforms, may have a different opinion. I think rule bases are a lot more complex in these, and it's easier to make mistakes. Oh, okay, we do? All right, no problem. We'll go out in the hall if there's not time. I think it's a lot easier to make mistakes because your order of rules, if you're blending Layer 7 rules and Layer 3, 4 rules in together, becomes really, really, really important. And like we saw, if you accidentally put a Layer 7 rule higher in the order above where your Layer 3 filtering rule is or your Layer 4 filtering rule is, that traffic's going to be permitted out up to a certain point. So it's pretty easy to screw up, and I say that from experience. And I've been working with the particular vendor's firewall for 5 years, and I know that I made a lot of mistakes along the way like that, and we'd have pen testers come in and traffic would bleed out, and why is this traffic going out? And that's what it was. So That's basically it, guys. I think in 22, 23 minutes, so coming in right about on time, save a couple minutes for questions. There's the GitHub, there's me. The other talks I talked about, there's references, look them up. I talked to Brad and Dave both before this talk. They're great guys, and you know, it's cool stuff. So if anybody has any questions, feel free. Yes, sir.
What NOS version did you confirm this with?
714. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Do other app control tools such as like Bluecode's app control work the same way?
Very much the same way, yes. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much. The question was, do other app control like Bluecode, and you know, do those things work pretty much the same way? You're so limited because the apps change faster than the definitions can be updated in what you can do. And I think there's any number of practical applications for this personally, whether it's DLP, bypassing DLP, bypassing web filtering, you know, any amount of stuff like that. I think that, you know, is great. So, did anybody else have any other questions, comments?
So if you-
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Cool. All right. Yeah, Scott gets to talk to me on Monday, so you can go ahead.
So does any of the HTTPS man in the middle interfere with your things when you buy it? So if you made a rule that made sure that you were using LinkedIn, it had to be over HTTPS, would this make your tool less effective or?
Yeah, that's a good question. The question was, does HTTPS and man-in-the-middle type things to decrypt SSL, does it affect this? And the answer that I found is, if the firewall can read it, it will make a decision on it. So that's why, say, like you said, you make a rule to make LinkedIn work over HTTPS, but you're doing SSL decryption on PAN-OS, for example. Okay, the firewall, once it decrypts that SSL, and reads what's in it, if it looks like that, even if it's your bad IP, it will say it's still LinkedIn or whatever. Because, I mean, pretty much anything it can read, it's going to try to make a app ID decision on.
So it's not coupling into the actual cert on the other side?
No, it's not. It's just reading strictly the body. And again, there's so many things outside the firewall vendor's control. I think that has a lot to do with it. Yes, Scott?
So I had a couple thoughts. One, on top of that, like even if you are doing content inspection, there are certain sites that you should not be doing content inspection on. So for like sites that are HIPAA based, or you know, where you're doing credit card transactions, like your company should not be decrypting those channels, so that they wouldn't be able to do that since that rule wouldn't be set up, and so that could be another way to get a stream in there where they wouldn't be able to do the content inspection, find out what you're actually passing.
That's very true. That's very true.
The thought I was thinking was, like, if you have an app that is expecting a lot of data in and out, right? So you have like WebEx or Meeting Burner or something like that your company allows. If you do the same sort of thing, if you were running like a SOC proxy, and then you wanted to tunnel all that information through a SOX proxy back to your hack station or whatever at your house, then you're setting up your own tunnel within a tunnel so that they might even be able to see your tunnel. I guess would they be able to see then that that's not the right kind of data that it was looking for if you're doing inspection?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's a good point. And I think that if you think about, it's all about how your SOC looks at things. I think that, and how your monitoring works. So, I mean, if, say, you see a bunch of traffic to LinkedIn that's going to China, you know, that's probably going to be a red flag, right? I mean, I think also the cloud makes it hard. What if I stand a bunch of servers up on AWS and I spoof some app that's hosted on AWS? Well, when I do my IP mappings back, my reverse lookups or whatever, if I'm the SOC, I'm like, oh man, there's a bunch of connections on this IP. Oh, it shows up as AWS. Okay, well, Salesforce or Netflix, whatever, right? That runs on AWS. How do I know whether that's legit or not? Well, now I got to call Amazon. Well, are they going to tell me? I don't know, So, I mean, it makes it very, very difficult to do the forensic investigation. But yeah, so. Anything else? All right, awesome, guys. Hey, thanks for showing up on Sunday. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Do you have any article published so I can read more and learn more about it?
Go to the GitHub page. The readme.md has, and I'll also put these slides on there here in a little bit. But go to the GitHub page because the readme.md has like a bunch of information on it. So, yeah, no problem. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great job.
Thanks.
Just to clarify, on that next-gen firewall.
No, that's fine.
So basically what's happening in the talk is sending legitimate or look legitimate requests at the application level, so like domains and Facebook, LinkedIn. But the actual IP headers were pointing to different domains?
The IP address, yeah, I was sending that to my own IP.
Okay.
And so what it's doing was reading it and saying, okay,
So,
yeah,
okay,
I
it's
see
bound traffic
LinkedIn.
to LinkedIn.
I'm looking at layer 7, I'm not looking at layer 4, you know,
Okay.
because they don't know where all LinkedIn's IPs are.
That's what I thought was happening,
Yes.
but I guess I missed that part.
That's all it is. I mean, it's a pretty simple concept when you think about it. And like I said, one thing that threw in was making a DNS request to that domain first. We need to clear out, right? I'm sorry. Oh, you don't know. Oh, you had the red shirt on. You threw me off.
sorry.
But
According to the book, there's a-
I did that at DEFCON one time. I had a red shirt on, and I got, you know, I thought I was gonna
My
be
first
smart.
time, I wouldn't have.
But you know, make a DNS request to that domain. It makes it a little more look legit. So you're like, okay, there's a DNS request from the client. So, but yeah, I mean, if you can insert like timing delays and like multiple sequential requests, because like you go to Facebook and it makes one request.
Sure, it's
so
gonna
you
have
get
images and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah. So you start trying to make multiple related requests, that kind of thing. So
Okay.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot more work to do on it, but it was a start, good proof of concept.
Yeah,
So
definitely really cool.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I always hear you talking about how next-gen firewalls aren't when they crack up.
No.
Yeah. Spells it out.
On the same box? Did it really?
I had to go, yeah, it sounds like, because it was like, and if you notice, that if you just like continue it, or you keep requesting it really quick, then it'll kill it like the first 2 times, it'll get to 30%. So if you just keep doing it, eventually like, it'll get popped.
I've got so many hard.
Well, I reached out to,
Yeah, no.
who's Don, yeah, so we got that fixed. I was like, this
Thank you.
is not gonna work.
I wish we had more, more interaction with the whole testing in general, like a purple team day or something. Where
Actually, I was thinking about
everybody gets
that.
together.
I don't know what like the official policy is, but when I eventually come with it, I will be like, hey, everybody that was this holiday, like, it's just like once a quarter.
Yeah.
Once a quarter, it's all those.
Yeah. Tell me all the crazy shit you all are finding, so we can kind of,
Well,
right?
so.
Because we got to not be looking at one thing to run with, so this
Yeah.
is something that's like, this is critical. Are
I'm
you?
just gonna tell you, we called them and they said they did change their mind, and there is not a home for that until COVID. So,
12:15?
yeah.
So I might actually get to grab a
I was
Wendy.
gonna say, I need to get a coffee or something too, I didn't want you to be sitting here.
Are you able to lock up?
We've got one guy outside, so one was gonna be here.
Okay.
Two over there.
All right, awesome.
You want this?
Yes, we will.
like a train, I can't stop.
I think it's the projector. So I got a big whiff of it when, well, that's fun. Okay.
Good luck, man. Yeah.
Thanks, Bob. 20 minutes, yeah.
This at noon, 12:25. Yes, sir.
Wasn't it party hard last night? I think we're all just yeah.
You should make sure they got this.
See, that might be useful because tomatoes are exfoliating, so I might want to be not interesting now. For perverse incentive, just given me.
Well, you bring rotten eggs.
Yeah, there I can't help you.
He's an amateur.
A little more difficult to sneak in the mud than
That's what you.
Sure that's still mud?
It'll compost in the mud.
Yeah. What?
No, I mean, I'm at Derbycon.
Yeah, because I haven't been here the whole time. I had a wedding to go to up in Columbus. I drove back here today.
Oh,
How far is that drive?
3.
Sorry for your loss.
3 hours?
So you have a lot of energy right now.
Oh yeah, I'm just firing it off cylinders.
Ruben, Columbus.
I mean, you know, it's actually Bernie Sanders, but I used the fill tool and MS Paint on his hair. Oh, no, if you think that's the cheesiest image in here. Actually, what was great was when I went hunting for the pictures to shop together, the title of that image was Jackie Chan on JTV, which, that was pretty good.
Is that Jackie Chan? I didn't say, I thought that was Bruce Lee.
That's Bruce Lee.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't think Jackie Chan was ever that scary.
You ever see his real early movies?
When he was younger?
Oh, wow.
No, I didn't see him when he was a lot younger. I see him when he's a little older.
Yeah, he's fairly thin.
Yeah.
I don't know, you don't really see him with a shirt off in the ones I've seen, so I don't know if he's as ripped as that.
But you were thinking about that C++ the whole time, weren't you?
By the whole time you mean not at all, yeah.
Actually, guys are. That looks like he's trying to hit us out.
No, I'm just zoning out.
Yeah.
I want to start with my actual I do, so.
What about if you have your AV video person?
I don't know that I'm getting one. Okay.
They record everyone.
Yeah. Jimmy, go catch Adrian and see if we can get some.
Chillax for a little bit.
Dude, there's only like 10.
It's okay.
Okay, Nick. You have fun?
Don't worry. We'll get you set, man. No worries here, buddy.
Because worst case, I forgot how to do it. It's every night we do it, so.
How'd that go for you there, Rudy? Huh?
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
Thank God you found something. You're a video savior.
There's 2 AV guys passed out at Adrian, so afraid one of them was going to be up for here.
Yeah, we did hands in the car.
Yeah, he was passed the fuck out. He was still sleeping. No, Adrian was talking to one of his AV video people. He went to bed like at 4. So he sat in the one corner, it's like a gas alarm for him. Tried waking him up, he's like,
Yeah, bye.
Pretty much. He's probably still sleeping up there. Two glasses, 15 shots. Light level jump. Adrian was fucking wasted. No, he was up in his room at Derbycon. They don't make their own alcohol, he orders much barbecue. Everybody just sits up there and drinks and eats and does karaoke and all that fun shit.
What's up, Matt?
What's up, man? Matt's like, I'm tired.
You bring comedy. You like the sock gesture?
Gesture.
It doesn't work.
That means that he said what is out.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty out. Yeah, he's good.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Matthew Lichtenberger. I'm a senior cyber intelligence analyst at this UPS Security Operations Center here in Louisville, Kentucky. Today, I'm going to demo a new way of surreptitiously transmitting data that I call Packet KO, short for Packet Knockout. We'll first go over the implications of data exfiltration, their context in relation to data breaches that have occurred over the past decade, and how Packet KO enables another method for bypassing monitoring channels when communicating outbound. At the end, I'll be happy to answer any questions or run additional demonstrations as specific use cases are provided. So data exfiltration is widely defined as the means by which data breaches occur. Whether it's communicating over common service ports to remote sites that aren't running the respective services, or transmitting data via FTP in the clear, or even utilizing so-called sneaker net to carry a USB device chock full of sensitive corporate data, an exfiltration of data means a lot of pain is incoming for the company unfortunate enough to be targeted. The implications are even more dire when privacy laws, such as HIPAA or FERPA here in the U.S., as well as other measures enacted in other countries, are factored into the equation. The result is very costly, with months of workforce time and millions of dollars spent investigating the exfiltration, fixing the access, sending out notifications, reissuing information, and reassuring the public. Even then, the damage to the company reputation may persist for years, and some leaked information has no remediation available. On to the data breaches. Over the past decade, a myriad of data breaches have hit major companies and organizations, including Target, credit cards, Home Depot, credit cards again, or OPM, personal and classified data. A technical understanding of how these breaches occurred isn't necessary. It will suffice it to know that in each breach, the commonality was the exfiltration occurred utilizing standard network communication, mixed in with the normal day-to-day traffic going out. This sort of hiding in plain sight is extremely difficult to pick out. And unfortunately, the industry has trended towards studying deeper, developing deep packet inspection tools to try and identify the content of each packet for potential violations. Unfortunately, by focusing so narrowly, context is lost, and the hypothetical analyst is left trying to find the forest amidst the trees. So a quick primer on port knocking. Port knocking is a technique that is familiar to some in the IT community, that its use has never graduated beyond that of a clever hack. So a quick primer is worthwhile. Essentially, by monitoring the drop packets on a firewall, a port knocking aware program can turn the firewall into a sort of a magic door, where a prearranged secret knock or a set of packets sent to closed ports indicates that the authorized user is trying to connect. The program can then instruct the firewall to open a single port, a range of ports, or the entire span to the specific incoming IP address for a set period of time. Traditionally, this has been done to allow easy access to remote internal resources without appearing open to the myriad scanners operating against internet-facing addresses. The primary weakness to this technique is that an attacker on the same network as the client could see the same transaction and do their own knock, pretending to have legitimate access. So Packet KO is a pair of Python scripts designed to demonstrate the inherent means of data exfiltration via port numbers. Utilizing these scripts, you can set up a server using exfilD.py and have the client transmit the data to it unidirectionally. The transmission is prone to errors, as the tool utilizes UDP packets, and thus there is no guarantee of delivery. However, a benefit of this utilization is that the receiving server has plausible deniability, as the system relies on the logging features of IP tables and rsyslog. No listener is actually established on the remote server, and thus, if someone were to investigate, they might conclude that the packets must have been dropped. The scripts support multiple methods of obfuscation. Additionally, the payload in the packet is a randomly generated set of 0 to 50 hexadecimal bytes. The tools provide options to enable base 16, base 32, or base 64 encoding, also useful for transmitting binary data as ASCII. They can set an arbitrary delay between packets being sent and support offsetting the port numbers by a static amount. Additionally, the server side handles multiple items that previously were large pain points. If provided with root and the relevant command line option, it will create the IP tables rules and rsyslog configurations necessary for its operation. If not, it will suggest to the user the kinds of modifications that need to be made based on the encoding and offset specified. The only major caveat here is that the program needs to be terminated with Control-C in order to clean out the IP tables rules. If it terminates unexpectedly, you will need to go in and manually remove the logging rule. Finally, the server side will multiplex connections based on the incoming public address. This allows multiple data payloads to come in at the same time. However, if all of the clients are behind a NAT, you may run into problems, as the incoming address will be the same for each client. Future modifications to this tool aim to enable TCP transmission with single-bit return communication established via reset responses versus acknowledge responses to the initial SYN packet on a given port number. Additionally, a nonlinear transmission system would provide further obfuscation, as the bytes would no longer be in order. Finally, options for more dynamic port offsets are a goal, such that a rotating table of offsets could be utilized, or offsets based on the mathematical properties of each port number. I've posted the complete source of this tool on GitHub, and I'm always open to improvements and suggestions that the community as a whole can make. Feel free to use it and improve it. My only request is that you let me know of improvements you make. I'd be happy to utilize these improvements in future iterations of the tool. So now we're going to go over to the demo. So what I've got is, I've got a remote server over here that's running the exfil daemon tool. Let me make sure I get it right. So I realize the brightness on this isn't the best, but
You make the font bigger.
give me just a second. I'll see what I can do. Here we go, font. It might be too too big. How's that? Better? And then over here, which again, need to get the font. So the server side is running now, and I'm going to go ahead and reissue that command so you can see it as a whole. So each tool comes with a very pronounced help file. So if it explains each tool, each option in the tool, and allows you to set up your rules as you want. So a quick overview of the command I'm issuing. I'm instructing it to use base 16. I'm pointing it to the log file /var/log/firewall.log. I'm giving it a static offset to its ports of 2000. I'm sending the termination character as 71, which happens to be the ASCII code for the letter G, which wouldn't be in base 16. I'm giving it attack V for verbose, and then I'm giving it attack F to have it create the IP tables rules and the rsyslog configuration automatically, hence why I need to run it with sudo. So we run it, and it says logging incoming packets. So now we're going to go over to the client side, where we have a test document. That has proprietary information that we might want to send out. Now in this case, I just manually created it, but hey, you know, sky's the limit here. So what we're going to issue is so we start with a delay. In this case, I'm going to use 0.01, which sets the delay between when it sends packets. This allows you to set rules where you can do slow and go. Essentially sending packets once every 10 seconds, once every 24 hours, once every week if you wanted to. It'd take a while, but then you're going to go under the noise limit on most monitoring tools. We need to match most of the other parameters, so we're going to say base 16. We're going to give it the text file as our file. Again, static offset of 2000. We're going to point it at the remote server, and in this case, that is we're going to give it the same termination character, and then we're going to give it another V just so that we can see in more detail what's going on. So we hit enter. It's sending the string. And if we look over here, we get most of the message. As I mentioned before, this is using UDP. Each packet needs to make it in order for the full and complete decoding. So in some cases, you may not get anything. You may get complete garbage. Playing around with the specific port offsets, playing around with the packet delays, I've found, depending on where I'm sending it from and where I'm sending it to, will result in different results in terms of reliability of packets. But we can still get enough of this that we can tell that this is my secret credit card information that I saved locally, no one will get this, the full credit card, and my password is trust no one. So if we then terminate out, we can see that we have two files created in here. The first is a raw text file of the incoming string, and the second is the parsed message that it ran through. Now these files will be created for each incoming IP address. As I mentioned before, the server will multiplex connections, so you can receive connections from multiple disparate IP addresses at the same time. Anyone have any questions? Anyone want to see the demo again with some other settings?
Sure.
Okay. So we can also do.
If you were transmitting a encrypted file, that probably wouldn't work very well.
No. In my experience, actually sending binary files and sending encrypted files is lossy. You'd want to go very slow in those contexts. packet delays of at least 10 seconds between each one, but at the same time, it is UDP, so there's a very real chance that you won't get anything. I haven't really come up with a good solution for that, honestly. The TCP idea that I mentioned beforehand is my best suggestion, but I haven't had the time to implement it yet. So, yes?
What does this look like on the wire? So, for example, if you're trying to send the letter A, how many ports would need to be open to get through? Like, is an A 80, 443, 50, you know?
Well, actually, that's the magic of this. No ports need to be open on the receiving side. This is monitoring, this is setting up an IP tables rule with log for the specific port ranges based on the offset and the fact that A, I think, is ASCII 71 for, or ASCII 56, something like that, for capital A. So I can actually fire up Wireshark and show you what it looks like on the wire if you'd like. I might have to fire up the magnifier because I don't think I can do the magic of okay, there we go. And in this case, I don't even need to set up the receiving end. I can just go ahead and reissue the same command. And if we limit ourselves to UDP only, we can see that right here is where we start seeing these. So we have port 2053, 2052, 2054. So you can see in each case, it's just doing that static 2000 port offset and then adding the ASCII value of the letter that it sent out, and then moving on to the next one. As I mentioned before, one of the other improvements I want to make on this is actually handling a rotating cipher, essentially, of offsets instead of just a static one, because static you can still kind of tell that there's a pattern going on there. But if you're suddenly bouncing 2,000, then 5,000, then 1,200, then 1,500, as long as both the client and the server agree, you could hide it a lot better. So, but in each case, you can see the packets have a static data set, 0 to 50 hexadecimal bytes. It's completely random. It's just designed to further throw off the trail, because usually empty UDP packets are pretty anomalous. But in this case, the data field of that packet has nothing to do with the data being transmitted. It's all about the receiving port. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you all for your time. I hope this has been very instructive, and as I mentioned before, you can reach me at my email address, which is right there. You can get on me on LinkedIn, or as I mentioned before, this entire project can be found on GitHub, and I'm happy to take suggestions, improvements, anything else you can think of. Thank you all again.
Just so I understand, you're sending, I'm inside a network, and let's just say port 443 and 80 is all that's open.
Right.
You're sending it through 443 out to all these different ports?
No, it's not actually sent out through, so the port number itself is actually the transmission medium. So 443 would only be sent if you had an offset of like 360 or something.
So you were sending it from what to what destination?
Oh, in this case, I was running an Amazon AWS instance for it.
Okay, but what port were you sending out?
It depends. It depends on the specific letter I'm trying to send. So if we look here, I can be a little more instructive.
Well, the reason I ask is if you've got only outbound traffic allowed on port 443 and 80.
Then this probably would be defeated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Okay. I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, in this case, you know, so if I'm sending an A, it's going to send on port 41. if I send a B, or 65. If I send a B, it's going to send 66,
That's
et
what I
cetera, et
thought.
cetera.
Okay.
Plus whatever the offset
Yeah,
is.
okay, thanks.
The other funny thing is you said you can get on my email address. I was like, oh.
I always have one of those. It's, look,
I don't know how you did that.
there's a reason I pre-present, and it's because I tend to start losing my ability to speak if I'm coming off the top of my head, but you know, it's like when I got the reward at ISSA, I was like, yeah. I'm not good at off the cuff.
I thought you'd say that because you ever watch that show, Storage Wars?
Okay.
Live streaming?
No worries. I'll just start cursing randomly and everyone will, yeah. Yeah, you did the same. Thanks.
So this just allows it so that they can see what data you're sending out, correct?
Well, it makes it harder.
Yeah. All right, buddy. I'll see you at work, man.
Yep. Catch you around.
We don't care, we're gonna troll it anyway.
Roll it.
Whatever it is.
Right there. Is it right there?
Yes, can I?
I'll move my stuff.
What do you mean, UDP? Because dealing with you is kind of like dealing
This
with
is
ransomware.
the throne.
So.
This is the throne.
Okay.
Are you jealous that you don't get to sit back here?
All right.
So next year, who wants me to give a talk on social media?
Yay.
Do it.
I know, that's what I'm gonna do.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, Emma.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm gonna
can we
give
get
a
this
talk.
show started? Like, we ain't got all day.
Man, I'll do what I want.
I'm gonna give a talk on how to hack other people's Instagrams, and how to get their password without their password, because I know exactly how to do that.
How to get their password without their password. Okay.
Yeah, like I know exactly how to do it.
Okay.
Like I logged on to Daniel's Instagram before.
I mean, I think if you can give that talk right now, I think even Jamie will sit down.
I'll
and
sit
listen to
down.
that.
It's like it comes in handy, right?
It does come in handy.
So Daniel, you know, so I told him, are you talking to other people? And he was like, no. So I just log on to his Instagram and get he's talking to Shelby.
That varies.
I know, right?
Right. We're gonna have to deal with that.
Yeah. I mean, I know a guy.
Yeah, you know me. I'm the guy. Dudes.
Exactly.
Strangers.
I'm gonna give a talk on how to get your Snapchat score to 100,000 in 5 days.
Is there a Snapchat score?
Yeah, my score is 50,000 right now because I don't really try to bring it up.
Really? You don't try?
No, but every time you send a Snapchat or receive a Snapchat,
This needs to be.
every time you send a Snapchat or receive a Snapchat,
So this isn't good.
Yeah.
Your score goes up by 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I get a video? So my score was good.
Oh, am I in the video?
You want us to help you set that up?
Help Jamie?
Is there any IT people here?
Alright.
No, you're gonna mess with me. You don't know what you're doing.
I know this.
Don't trust him.
What? I totally got there. You see? You're welcome.
Thank you, Khalil.
You're welcome. No appreciation whatsoever.
Hi.
Hi, Emma.
So this isn't actually my talk.
This is my talk.
This is Emma's talk.
I'm gonna be talking about how to hack people's Instagrams.
This is true.
Yeah. Exactly.
Silence.
Yeah, everyone's like, wait, is that really?
Who has an Instagram? No one? Follow me.
Alright, Emma. Let Jamie do
No, she's doing the talk. I'm not doing anything.
How does no one have Instagram in here? Do you have an Instagram? I don't. Why not? You're missing out. No.
I don't know how to do that. I was talking about.
Why are you sitting down?
I'm not giving this talk now.
Yes, you
I'm not getting it started yet. Still got like 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
That's all the people you
You're
get.
so, you're
I'm
so
actually surprised there's this many people here right now.
That's all the
You
people
put your
you get.
drink in front of the
Oh,
PowerPoint.
thanks.
Okay, we can go now. I got to
All right, leave.
Yeah, yeah, we have something to do.
Hold on. Let's give him 5 minutes.
So for the people who are here, which is probably going to be everyone that's going to be here, I need one volunteer. Not you.
Why not?
It doesn't matter. I just need a volunteer.
Running next to you.
So you were never in the military. All right, you're my volunteer. You'll find out for what later.
Where do we go?
Here. You don't even have to move. You can't be the volunteer. I'll tell you later. Look at all the people. It's a sea of people.
Volunteer.
Silently
He's a
staring.
volunteer.
Being judged.
Yes, don't you want Khalil?
Love it.
Don't you want Khalil as your volunteer?
No, I don't think he does.
Oh, I really do, actually. I'm sorry, sir. I'm taking your volunteering-ism. Is that a word? It's a word now.
It is now.
I'm taking it away and giving it to Khalil.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You've been voluntold.
You've been volunteer. Khalil, you're the volunteer.
No.
Yes.
Who went out last night? Yep.
Well, come on, dude. Let's start.
No. What time is it?
It's 12:30. Bring everybody your hand.
It's not
I'm
12:30.
gonna have to ask you to step out. Nobody else is coming.
I'm
Like-
honestly, you're more than likely right. This is probably as many people that will be here.
It's gonna get.
However,
I saw people queuing outside.
I was going to say, however, I'll be nice and wait 5 minutes.
We have somewhere big.
What? Where?
At Foot Locker, buying shoes.
Yes. Foot Locker will wait. That's just. Don't think it's 15.
There's like a huge line out there, isn't there? Yeah, you can let him in. That's fine. I mean, not me.
Khalil, he's a volunteer, and we can start.
No, man. I'm gonna be nice. There might actually be somebody who's like, oh, wait, I want to see this talk.
No.
Probably not.
Not really. It's being recorded.
Yeah.
As a member of the staff, I'm gonna have to ask you to start your talk.
As the presenter, I'm gonna have to ask you to shut up.
Roasted.
You wanna go there?
No, I don't. I really, really don't.
Are we leaving?
Wow.
I've sat in one talk, but it's only because I was taking pictures.
Well, see,
For the slideshow.
this is like the first
Do you
actual
want me
talk.
to get my camera and take pictures of you?
No, no one wants that.
No, we
It's
really
for the
don't.
slideshow.
No,
You can if you want.
Well, it's all their story.
Well, then no. That sounds awful.
I know. Everyone's waiting to do this.
I like your hat. Yeah.
Ohio?
Yeah.
Thank you. Great, talk's over, let's go.
That was the talk.
This
See,
is
I like
great.
your hat talk.
It's the I like your hat talk.
This is a great talk.
Not a fan of your hat, though.
I can walk out if you want.
No. Cleveland.
Come.
Show of hands, who loves the Cleveland Indians?
Wild thing. You make my butt sting.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, give him 10 minutes, give him 10 minutes.
We have been here for 10 minutes.
That's true. Kinda annoying.
Daniel, so annoying. Look, it's
All right, we're going to go ahead and
Daniel.
get started. There's literally no one else that's going to be coming. You ready, guys? All right. So thank you for coming. This is going to be a talk on ransomware. It's just an overview, so it's not going to be like getting into the weeds of each kind of ransomware. It's going to be basically what we see at our company as the most popular kinds of ransomware right now, some detection methods and things like that. So without further ado, hi, I'm Jamie. I'm the Chief Information... Hi. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Binary Defense Systems. My career, it's always been blue team. I've never been one of those weird hacker, I'm going to break stuff. I'm the guy who's like, nah, you're not going to get in here. But, let's face it, they do. I'm a big gamer. So like those hey, one thing about you. I'm a gamer and I'm an old school nerd. My first platform was a Commodore 64, which I love and I wish I still had. And if you feel like following me, that's my handle on Twitter. And even though none of them are here, which is awesome for support, special thanks to the Binary Defense Systems Threat Intelligence team. He's not in the Threat Intelligence team, man, come on. No, actually, I consult them very frequently. They're really, really smart guys who really know their stuff. So thanks, guys. You're not here, but you'll watch it. So what are we going to talk about? Again, we're going to go over trends in ransomware, what we're seeing at Binary Defense, and this is not a plug, but I mean, this is what we see. We monitor a lot of different networks, and we focus on, what can we do to help other people. The most common types that we're seeing, and some of the build platforms, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because it changes so often that honestly I wrote this presentation on Wednesday, and it's probably changed since then. We're also going to talk a little bit about what do we see on the horizon? What do we, in the field that really track this stuff, what do we see coming out? What do we think is going to be the next thing? Some detection methods, and also some best practices. So, what are we seeing for trends? So ransomware has increased 3,000% since it first got recorded. Really quick, anyone, why do you think that is? Why do you think ransomware has jumped that high?
It's easy and it pays. It works.
It works. It's easy. You get paid. Healthcare and point-of-sale systems and banking in general are the major... that could have been so bad. Mute my phone, because I know people are going to call me just because I'm up here and mess with me. So, healthcare and point-of-sale systems, major targets right now. Health records you can actually get more money for health records than you can for credit cards now. There's a lot of health information online. So, the criminals know this, and they know that if that kind of stuff gets locked up, they're in a world of hurt. And that goes to the next point, which most companies do not report ransomware. If they get hit by ransomware, they don't report it to the authorities. And that makes it very hard to actually get a good trend on what's going on. I've worked with the FBI on a couple of different things, and that's their biggest complaint, if you will, right now when it comes to cybercrime is we can't get a good trend of what's going on because companies aren't telling us that they're getting hit by ransomware. They're not telling us anything about it. Now, when a company gets breached, depending on the regulatory compliance they have to disclose. And they work with the FBI, et cetera, et cetera. So the FBI has a lot of good information on how breaches happen, what do they do, et cetera, but not with ransomware. Companies actually, part of their incident response or part of their policy for cybersecurity is, hey, we need to buy Bitcoin in case we get hit by ransomware. That's actually part of their incident response process. We need to buy Bitcoin just in case we get hit. Not, let's do the right thing, let's have a good security program, et cetera, et cetera. It's, look at all these companies that are getting hit with it. Let's just buy Bitcoin. And ransomware as a service, I'll tell you what, if you were a bad guy, it is a great service to be in. It is so easy. You can literally just, if you go to the right places, say, I want to go after this company, but I'm not technically savvy enough to do my own ransomware, or I don't really understand how it works. No problem. They'll take care of it, and they get their cut of whatever you do, and it's a great business model. Actually, the tech support for those guys is better than tech support for like Microsoft and other places because, They want to make their money too, and it's sad, they actually care about their customers. Come on. So what are we seeing as the most common types of ransomware right now? So I only picked the top four that we actually are seeing right now. If you read different things online, et cetera, it'll be different from this. This is just what we're seeing. So Zepto, or Locky, as it's also called, is the top one we're seeing right now. And that actually is pretty common across the industry right now, is Zepto or Locky is the big thing. Server version 1, 2, and 3 is still out there, and it's still doing a lot of damage. Locky is a little bit newer of one, and we'll go into that a little bit. And then Covter. So let's talk a little bit about Zepto, aka Locky.
Can you reorient your slides a little bit? You're standing right in front of the bullets.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So
Oh.
when you're at the podium, you're right in front of the bullets. You could maybe slide the text over to the right a little bit. That'd be helpful.
I can't, but he'll do that, and I'll stand over here.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, sorry about that, guys. Thank you for pointing it out, though.
Thank you.
So Zepto, it targets all versions of Windows. And the thing about that is, even if it's removed, a lot of times the Zeptos, you still won't get your files. So ransomware, you'll say, hey, I got hit. It'll tell you to contact this, pay this Bitcoin. You get the decryptor. It's all good. Not with this one. This one's actually kind of, a jerk ransomware, if you will. And I'm actually trying not to cuss, and it's hard. Yeah, so you still might even not get your files. Easiest way to tell for this one, obviously, has a .zepto extension. So Cerber. This one is actually a pretty smart way to go about, if you want to do ransomware, because you have a week to actually pay to get the decryption key. Now, a week isn't really a lot of time when you're doing an investigation, when you're trying to actually figure out what's going on. Can you get files? Can you not get files? Well, if you don't pay within a week, it doubles. And it continues to go from there. It creates a few different files. They're named Decrypt My Files. And that's dropped every folder that the encrypted files are in. So the funny thing about ransomware, too, is it's not, once you get hit, it's not that hard to tell. If you have a targeted attack against your organization, you might get some kind of alert, some kind of trigger that okay, somebody's here. And then you have to, go through the needle in the haystack trying to find out what are they doing, how'd they get here, etc. Not ransomware. Ransomware is pretty much, hey, here I am. You got to pay me. And so this one's very similar to CryptoWall and Tesla Crypt. Locky. It's a variant of Tesla Crypt 3.0. It's fairly newer, and it does change the victim's files to a different string every time. So it's not like the, decrypt my files type thing. It actually changes the string. It's a little bit more hard to find. And the tricky thing about this one, it will delete your shadow copies, and it will also kill your system restore points. So they're actually getting a little bit better, and by they I mean the guys who developed the ransomware, about trying to protect themselves a little bit more so it can take care of, the problem for them, if you will, of, we'll just restore it. Covter. This one's funny. This is actually kind of one of my favorites just because it's kind of like a big troll too. It'll actually do what's the common police scam. So it'll go through your history on your browser, and it'll find a website and say, hey, you've gone here, and this is an illegal website, or this has illegal content, or you just shouldn't have been here. And it will say that because of what you've done, you've had illegal activity, your stuff's been encrypted, and you need to contact us and pay the Bitcoin. Well, a lot of people will see that and say, uh-oh, I've gone to this site, I shouldn't have gone there, the feds know now, I have to get my stuff unencrypted, I don't want to tell anybody because, I went to a bad place. So this one actually has a very, very high success rate for the payment. And obviously, for obvious reasons, a very low point of being reported to the police. Yes, sir.
Is that one that actually has the premise of this is a fine you're paying? Because I've seen those before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the question was...
To the FBI or, yeah.
Yep, so the question was, is this more on the premise of, like, it's a fine, not really, it's not really paying a ransom, it's more on the, you have a fine for going here? And yes, it is. That is a good question. Thank you. So some of the different platforms that this ransomware is built off of, Game Over Zeus is still a very common platform. Actually, the entire Zeus family, a lot of ransomware is built off of that because it's easy to deploy. Nuclear Exploit Kit, again, another one that's very easy to deploy. It's very easy to drop. So it's, the ransomware authors, they know what works and what doesn't for malware in general. So they'll actually develop their kits to be put into these things that already work. And of course, Locky and CryptoLocker. So on the horizon, so again, this is not necessarily what they say, this is what we're seeing and how we think everything's going to go down. So ransomware buyers are going to start customizing the things a lot more, and we're already seeing this with Atom. So being able to customize your malware your ransomware for what you specifically want it to do. We're already seeing where you get the entire disk encrypted, not just specific files, and we're seeing this with Mamba. Now, obviously, that's a lot worse because maybe it encrypts some files, and maybe the files that it gets you don't really care about. But when you have your whole disk encrypted, for obvious reasons, that's a big problem. No command and control interaction needed. This one is something that Locky's starting to do again. It embeds the key, so there's no interaction needed. So even if you just find out, I just downloaded this and I believe it's ransomware, and you pull the plug, so it doesn't connect, it doesn't talk out, it doesn't matter because it doesn't need to talk back. Targeted ransomware. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in the next slide, but now when I say targeted, it's not just a specific company that they look for. So let's say they're going after binary defense. Okay, so they'll write the ransomware for that, but if they do their recon properly, and we're gonna see this a lot with state-sponsored attacks, they're gonna start using ransomware in their attacks. So they go through their whole process of doing their investigations on the company, finding out what kind of assets they have, et cetera, et cetera. And you're going to see that when they do their attacks, it's going to include ransomware specifically to specific assets in that organization. More modular ransomware, that's actually already happening. And ransomware being put out that's very easy to decrypt. So ransomware comes out, and an investigator finds it, they decrypt it really fast, and they're like, hey, cool, look at us. We found this new variant, and we were able to throw decryption on, or we were able to decrypt it on our own, and we're awesome. Well, yeah, thanks. You just tested my piece of ransomware, and I know that these are the tools you use. I know this is how you decrypted it. So when I actually build the correct platform of it, I know how to avoid that. Thanks for playing. So detection. And this is in general, this isn't for a specific kind of ransomware or it may not work all the time. But look for some indicators of compromise for various things. So a lot of times you can find a hash IP, you can find the domain for the command and control. So you can actually look for that and monitor for that. And if you see any connections to these things, or you see this hash on your network, you have ransomware. Watch for any kind of modifications to the file or registry, because obviously for not only ransomware but any kind of malware, it's going to do something, it's going to replace some things, so look for it. Using honeypots and honey files is great. And again, bogus ransomware. So if you happen to find, talking about the ransomware testing, if you will, from the last slide, if you happen to find ransomware and you go through the process, you have somebody come in and they say, okay, cool, don't worry about it. We took care of it. We were able to decrypt it. This ransomware sucked. Watch for that, because more than likely, if that happened, that was just a test for your environment, and prepare for the actual targeted attack of the ransomware specifically to your organization. And that's already happened, that last bullet point. I can't really talk about the details of it, but there was a company that had a piece of ransomware that hadn't been seen before. They called in their incident response. They said, hey, don't worry about it. We took care of it. And then a few months later, targeted. So some best practices. This one, if security awareness training was done properly, it doesn't matter whether it's ransomware, it's malware, it's social engineering, it's blah, 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 blah. This is the best thing you can do for any organization, because people are the weakest link. So like every talk I ever give and it has anything about best practices, that's always number one. Specifically more for malware or for ransomware, don't enable macros in documents for email attachments. That's just don't do it anyway. But specifically for ransomware, obviously patch. Stay current with new threats. The more you know, the better you can protect your organization. So always, kind of keep an eye every day. What's going on? What's new with ransomware? What's new with malware? What are they doing? How's it being executed? How's it being dropped? Show your file extensions. If you're a Windows shop, don't hide them. Show them. That way, if you have a few files that may have been encrypted, but they're files you don't really pay attention to, it doesn't hurt to always, go through, check to see what's there, check to see what's not there, and back up your data. Because if you get hit and you don't have a copy and you don't want to pay, then you don't get the data. I mean, it's just that easy. Oh, that was the last one? Okay, that was. So, questions? Eric? Yeah, go ahead, you had one.
What's the best way to keep up to date on the techniques that the ransomware is using to infect the environment?
Sure. So the question was, what's the best way to, in essence, to stay current on, how ransomware is infecting the environment and, basically what they're doing. The first thing I would recommend is follow Mick Douglas, who's right behind you on Twitter. I'm just kidding. Shameless Mick Douglas plug. No, so there's a lot of, honestly, Twitter, I hate Twitter, but I love Twitter. So, what's that? Yeah.
The SANS Internet Storm Center is pretty good too.
Yes. So, like Mick just said, SANS Internet Storm Center is really good. There's a few threat intel services out there that you can get a lot of good information from as well. Let's see. So, SANS Internet Storm Center is a good one. Alien Vaults OTX. You can actually get file hashes, IPs, a lot of things like that. There's a lot of good open source stuff out there. And honestly, if you just Google what's going on with ransomware or things like that, you'll find a ton of great resources. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Two for one. First of all, what was the extent of the FBI raid on the Game Over Zeus network? And number two, I do have a honeypot operating in my environment, and it does detect ransomware stuff, but it pretty much gives you a warning if the whole thing's been done. So it's pretty much like locking out the stable after the horse been stolen.
Mm-hmm.
So what if you have a best practice to augment that? That would be great.
Okay, so the first one, the FBI raid on Game Over Zeus. Yeah, so that was for ransomware authors and distributors more so. That was a big hit, to their pockets. So that, for now, that did hurt them, but just like anything else, right? They're going to find, those guys, and once everyone gets locked up, they're gone. And somebody else is going to come in and take their place. So temporarily, yeah, it was a hit, and you saw a lull, if you will, if you watch trends. But just like anything else, somebody's going to come in and take the spot. The second one, so honeypots. I understand what you're saying about like locking the stable once the horses are the horses are stolen. However, using your honeypot, and let's say your honeypot gets hit, right? If you're monitoring that on a sim or whatever you have, you're going to see that, and you're going to be able to detect that before something else gets hit, and that's the most important piece. So, obviously you want to make your honeypot attractive, but not too attractive, so an attacker is going to know what it is. But if you're monitoring that, then your honeypot gets hit, and then bam, uh-oh, something's going on. I need to take whatever my incident response steps are, just like honey files. So honey files, it's a file. Hey, look at me. This is juicy. If something touches it, then instantly, like, okay, I need to investigate this like pronto. Answer your question? There was. I'll get to you in just 1 second.
Do you see any hybrids where things like it brings in the steal data like the DNC attacks, and then later on switch to ransomware so they kind of double up on it?
Yes. So the question is, we see any hybrid attacks? So, where somebody might come in and steal data, and then also, drop ransomware. Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, and that's going to start happening more and more, honestly, when you start seeing more state-sponsored attacks with ransomware. So, if I'm an attacker, I'm going to go in and I'm going to get the data. That's what I want. That's my end goal. Whether I'm going to use it to sell, whether I'm going to sell it, I'm going to dump it, or whatever else. That's my end goal. And obviously, if I'm going to take it, somebody at some point is going to know that I took it, and they're going to report it or do whatever. However, if I drop ransomware when I'm done, then I get two things out of it, right? I get paid again, and it's less likely to be reported because we have ransomware. And a lot of companies don't want to say they got hit with ransomware. It's kind of like, if you have if you have a kidnapping or something like that, a lot of times in foreign countries, they don't the ransom's paid and you never hear about it because it just entices that business of kidnapping, if you will. Same thing with ransomware. Answer your question?
Yeah.
Sir?
Sophos is advertising or marketing a new solution for defending against ransomware. Are you familiar with that? And wondering thoughts on its effectiveness?
I am not familiar with it, so my thoughts on its effectiveness are none, just because I'm not familiar with it. I wish I could throw more out there for it just to make your question or to answer your question a little bit better, but unfortunately, yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm guessing that your recommendation is to not pay rent, I get the fact people are putting to a bind and they have, but the follow-up question though is those that are hit, what's the danger, and maybe you'll know some actual ransomware does this, the ransomware after the fact installing a rootkit or something, so that later they can attack from a different direction
Right,
or something.
super persistence. So I'm not necessarily saying don't pay it, because honestly, if you don't pay it, you won't have your files.
Yeah.
I mean, so unfortunately, if you're not following best security practices and you don't do all these other things and you get hit with it, your only choice honestly is to pay it. As far as dropping a rootkit or dropping other things afterwards for some persistence, haven't really seen a lot of that yet.
I mean, I know they're good about giving your files back,
Right.
replacing your files because that's their business model.
Right.
They don't have repeat customers, so.
Well, you're right
Yeah.
from the business side of it, though, right? So when you start doing targeted attacks, state-sponsored stuff, they're doing it, as part of other attack methods. So yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense that they'd want to, have some kind of persistence afterwards. Yes, sir.
To follow up on that, so, recognizing that you might not be able to protect against everything, and you might be in a situation where you have to pay. To go back to your earlier comment about Bitcoin, does it make sense to have Bitcoin as part of an incident response or crisis management plan?
Me personally, I'd rather put that money toward doing the right thing the first time. you know, it's hard, right? So if you're an incident response person, you're going to say, no, don't do that, put the money where it should go. From a business standpoint, though, sometimes you can't get those funds in that area, right? So it's a catch-22. My personal recommendation and my professional recommendation is don't spend the money on buying Bitcoin. Spend the money on securing your environment the way it should be. Any other questions? Once, twice. All right. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your con. Thank you.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you know how many, what the percentages of files being decrypted once they?
Most. So if you get hit, or a company gets hit, and they pay the Bitcoin, they get the decryptor, then yeah, they'll pay. I mean, because it's a business.
Yeah, for them.
Mhm.
What about if you don't pay and then you have your IR team come in and try to decrypt it from however they go about doing that?
Well, if it's, go ahead. If it's, yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab my bag.
Hi. Thanks for the badge.
Oh, hey.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man. I'm glad you made it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to your talk.
Thanks. I reserve the right to throw things at you. Better.
Starting here in just a few minutes?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close that door. You're probably going to have a couple stragglers.
That's fine.
Cool.
People are actually coming. I'm excited. Other than I know.
Because you're last doesn't mean you're least.
Yeah, right? Yeah. I don't know about that meek part, but yeah. I was like, what the hell? It's got a katana in here. You know, just, you freaking, I'm trying to remember the name of the dude from Highlander. Yeah, the guy with the throat cut. I want to say Mad Mardigan, but that's from Willow, so. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess everybody who's going to be here is going to be here already. So I want to go ahead and say that this was originally an hour talk, pretty much like all the other stable talks were. So if it feels like that I'm really hyped up on caffeine and flying through the slides, it's because I'm trying to get through everything. So let's start. So what we will cover, intro, overview of ICS, contrasting ICS and IT, the differences between the two and the similarities that we have, why this is scary, and finally, call to arms. So, intro. Who am I? My last name is pronounced Bougere. Not Booker, not Bougere, not Bourgeois, where I don't know why they get those extra vowels from it, but Bougere. So, spent 13 plus years in IT. Last 10 have spent in various security roles from network administration, system administration, log monkey, IDS guy, to finally penetration testing in my current company. I spent some time in the intelligence community doing, quote, fun things. Just leave it at that. And I am currently a senior security consultant at Securicon. Securicon in Alexandria, we can do things for you. So let's start with the overview. So what exactly are we talking about? So basically any system that is designed to allow maximal control over a complex environment using minimal human interaction. These can be far-flung enterprises across, hundreds of thousands of acres and miles. Could be dangerous toxic chemicals that we don't want people interacting with. Ability to react faster than human reflexes. Generally things that humans at the time that they were designed, these systems were not well adapted to do. As technology has progressed, we'll see that that has not necessarily been the case, but we're still dealing with these systems that are currently in place. And the NIST 882 guide, if anybody is bored and has problems sleeping at night, I highly recommend that you read this guide. You will go to sleep very quickly. So, measurements. What do you mean by measurements, Dan? So, these systems rely on what's called a feedback loop. And PID controller theory and all this, again, NIST 800 documentation stuff goes into this. So proportional produces change proportional to error or value. Higher, slightly changed. Lower, it depends on the amount of error depending on the change. Integral produces change based on the duration of the error value. So if you've got something that's out of whack and it continues to be out of whack and it's going for an hour, the change keeps increasing to try to bring the value down. And finally, derivative produces change based on the slope of change. Slope keeps going high up, it goes up to correct it, slight little bit of a change, it then goes to a slight change to correct it. Most of these are not necessarily digital systems, they're mostly analog, so you have some fuzzy logic controllers in here, which are generally values between 0 and 1. Off by a little, slightly true, okay, we adjust a little bit. Off by a lot, very true, we adjust by a lot. There is no Goldilocks value on these things. They are constantly adapting, constantly changing to the environment. So, and then we go into types of processes that these systems involve. So, discrete, industrial robotic and production of individual units. Widgets, license plates, stamping things out constantly day in, day out. Basically what everybody thinks of as like a robotic factory. This is the type of systems that you would find there. Batch, input, process, output. Pharmaceuticals, chemicals, food, a whole bunch of stuff goes in, magic happens, the individual stuff goes out. Generally, batch is limited to small and medium amounts of materials. So you're not dealing with vast, huge gallons upon gallons of stuff. You generally have, like the Jesse and Heisenberg here, small individual cooks that you do and take care of with these systems. Continuous, that's when we think of like power generation, air traffic control, different systems like this that are on and constantly churning no matter what. Constant input of materials, the constant output of product, large quantities of details. And then we have a hybrid, which is one system, multiple systems, connected in a line, connected in a variety of different locations. It all depends on how everything interacts together, how the inputs are handled, how the outputs are handled. These are obviously the most complex systems and the hardest to both maintain, patch, upgrade, control. So these can be an absolute nightmare to secure. So if you're dealing with these types of systems, you have to be extremely careful because any slight change that you make while looking at it can amplify itself across the entire network, and you can end up knocking things over, which, as we all know, is bad. And so we go into contrasting ICS and IT. So, hardware, IT, everyone's familiar with these types of things. Servers, workstations, network equipment, the router switches, magic boxes that we all know and love. Human-machine interface. Then we have data historians, control servers, and PLCs. These may not necessarily be what people are familiar with. HMI can be a nice little workstation that you sit in front of and look like you're doing your normal office tasks. Or it can be a giant, huge interface that you're standing in front of with all dials and widgets and lights and stuff that you're looking at. Data historian is generally a database of the values and different types of things that have gone through the history that you use to essentially say, we are extremely out of whack, we're a little out of whack, we're doing good, or wow, we're doing amazing. This is the type of equipment that you would normally see to keep track of that information. Finally, control servers and PLCs basically keep everything in check and do what you need to do with these types of systems. And let's kind of go over there. Network equipment, same type of situation. Remote terminal telemetry units, depending on the vendor. They will either say one of these, basically just RTUs is what everybody knows and loves what they're called. Data concentrators, otherwise known as media converters. They can be dumb little boxes that you just plug in and switches a fiber to a serial or vice versa. Or they can be giant things that are in and of itself, huge devices that you have to be careful of when you're knocking these things, when you're trying not to knock these things over. This comes into play later, I promise. Digital protective relay and intelligent end devices, these are usually safety systems that are designed to either cut off power, flow, chemicals, whatever else, or to help monitor things like that to go back to being faster than human reflexes can control these types of things. Software. Generic OS, your Windows, your Linux, your things like that. These are generally monolithic kernels for servers and workstations. Commodities, and these are patched and updated on a regular basis, right? Everybody nod their head that yes, these are patched and updated on a regular basis. Office productivity suites, antivirus HIDs, the whole, kit and caboodle of different things that we're all used to dealing with. Not so in ICS. It can be, but generally that's not what's put out on the network. These types of things are the real-time operating systems. These are designed differently than what we're used to with monolithic kernels. different scheduling schemes that focus on eliminating locks and resource hogging. Because if you're running a nuclear power plant, the last thing you want to worry about is resource hogging or a lock on a process that controls your cooling or your power generation or the control rods or different things like that. You want to make sure that the information that is necessary to maintain the safety of that system is flowing. So you don't have time to sit here and wait for Windows to decide to release a process or start a thread or different things like that. These tend to reboot if a halt or other system delay is encountered. So if you feed it weird data or it gets weird data, it essentially throws up a kernel panic and reboots. And you'll probably never know what happened to it, but that's how it was designed. It's not designed to be able to handle that type of information. It's designed just to say, nope, done, click, and go back to a regular operating state. These are typically not patched or updated because we have support agreements. And depending on your vendor, depending on the contracts and stuff that you've signed, you may not be able to patch it. You may have to go to the vendor and say, I want to do this upgrade, and they can look at you and say, well, it's nice to want things, but sorry, bub, you bought this, this is what we offer. And then the popular versions, QNX, or QNX, however you say it, VxWorks, and everyone's favorite ATM software, Windows CE. IT protocols, everyone's familiar with them. Ethernet, TCP/IP, Wi-Fi, etc. Well documented and evolved. Some have security built in. You know, basically, you know, we are all familiar with this, having been here just this weekend, right? So, yeah. ICS protocols. When I say ancient design, I'm not joking. Like, we're talking from like the Paleolithic era of computer science when these things were designed. When the thought that somebody would do something bad with these protocols was just a foreign concept, because who would do anything like that? We're all good people. Good people don't do things with protocols, so why design security? Who cares? Simple design is best. Modbus. Modbus is the window-licking protocol for ICS. Yeah, it's just precious. It really is. Basically, master constructs request, sends it out to slaves. Slaves respond. Everything's happy. Everybody talks to each other, and it's beautiful kumbaya world. For some, complexity is better. We have DMP3. We have DMP3 kind of looked at Modbus and went, I'm not going to be like that. I'm going to include anything and everything that could ever possibly be used to support this type of system. I'm going to throw it in here and hope to God that somebody somewhere will eventually use it. It's got everything. It is just, yeah. You want flags? Fine, we got flags. You want files? We can send files. Analog input? No problem. Digital input? No problem. Yeah, it's basically your, you know, come one, come all, it's a fire sale type of protocol. Many of these old protocols can be encapsulated. Ethernet, TCP/IP, Wi-Fi, and GPRS. Anybody remember the talk that was given by somebody who, and I forget now, I meant to look it up, who walked around with the packet radio and was able to figure out the communication protocols for all the transformers in the entire area, and then just decided one time to, hey, I wonder if I shouldn't have done that. Yeah. Yeah, he was able to get into the entire system with just a packet radio, because these are the type of things that are encapsulated with that. And old equipment may not work and need media converters, bumps in the wire. And bad people understand these protocols very well. And these protocols were not designed with security. So, kitten in a shark tank. Done. All right. Business concerns. SLAs for critical systems and processes, regular frequent windows, unplanned outages can be bad but not life-threatening. And did anybody go to the sales guy talk for SANS? Like, if he says it's life-threatening, it's not life-threatening. I'm sorry. You can deal with a day of downtime. Not so much with ICS. Downtime is usually expensive, even if it's planned. When you're breaking down a power plant to do an upgrade, you schedule this a year, 2, 3 years in advance. These are often delayed. You can't exactly do your maintenance on a nuclear plant in Taft, Louisiana when there's Hurricane Katrina coming about a day or two away. Be a bad idea. When they're unplanned is when it gets very expensive and the lawyers start looking at Chapter 13. These can actually be life-threatening. Big ones usually make the news. Congressional hearings, white papers, dogs and cats living together, gozer, mass hysteria, that type of thing. Under an array of commodity hardware, variable regulation, some ability to tweak and find setup, we're all familiar with the general procurement process of established IT. ICS, restricted amount of generally proprietary hardware and software. Vendors love this because they can essentially charge you and say, nice network you got there. It'd be a shame if you didn't have anything for it anymore. So, older equipment may have to be kludged. We may have to sit here and go, okay, now it works. Encapsulation can help. Moderate to substantial regulation. NERC generally has a good handle on how things work in power generation. USDA is the same for pharmaceuticals. FDA is the same for pharmaceuticals, depending on the state you live in. If Texas, maybe not so much on the regulation part. California, maybe a little bit more than necessary, depending. Patches and upgrades, usually depends on the vendor. Some are really good with patching and doing the necessary security work. Others are not. Others are basically, oh, we designed that 10 years ago. Yeah, we don't even offer that anymore. Why are you still running it? Security, here's the fun part. We all have robust solutions, commodity scanners, established methodologies. Many security professionals are familiar with this body of knowledge. Nessus, Nmap, all these wonderful, useful tools that we know about. ICS, not a lot. There is really not a lot out there. And that's kind of sad because this technology has been around for a very long time. But nobody really, like the people who grew up and were working with it, have aged out of the industry or are too expensive to bring in to fix. How many people here are still programming COBOL? How many people here have even touched an AS400? Yeah, a few. Look around at the people who raised their hands, though.
Thanks, Dan.
Again, and so like my generation and younger, many security professionals are unfamiliar with this body of knowledge. They just assume that, oh, well, of course it runs Windows. It's no problem. What the hell is this? You know? Doesn't even have a GUI. What, it's all command line? Are you kidding? And the obligatory, yes. This is what happens when you try to scan an ICS network with T5 on Nmap. Bad things. Thank you. And so why is this scary? Anybody remember the Ukraine power attacks? Yeah, SANS wrote a whole nice white paper on it. So, December 23rd, 2015, coordinated cyber attack led to 225 about customers without power. Forced to go to manual mode for several hours. Anybody here work in the power industry? No? Going to manual mode in today's power industry is a bad thing. We don't like doing that. Russia is blamed. That attribution is always the bugaboo since Russia categorically denies any involvement. Right. So it started with spear phishing. It required users to enable the macros on pop-up. Who's surprised that they clicked them? Anybody surprised that these people clicked these things? Yeah, good. Command and control established, cred harvesting and lateral movement began. They found VPNs into the network with default creds, or reused creds from multiple people. Found engineering and process servers on the SCADA network. Lay, load, and observe. This was about a 6-month-long process that was going on with this. December in Ukraine. Really good toasty time of the year for this to go on, right? Winter's not bad in Ukraine at all, right? So they launched it. So not only were the substations disconnected, but the attackers configured the UPS to fail at the central office once the attackers began. So they shut off the power, and then they shut off the UPS, so they couldn't even begin to fix it. Kind of a dick move, in my opinion, but not, these are the Russians, right? They also installed malware into the media converters that bricked the media converters. Yeah, they pulled the image from the media converters, created their own, uploaded the new firmware to the media converters, then caused them all to fail, just as a little bit of salt into the wound of what's going on here. And they DDoSed the call center too, so that nobody could call in and complain about it. So yeah, Russians are jerks when it comes to these things. Okay? So you're saying, well, Dan, come on, that's Russia. That's a state-sponsored actor. Of course this is going to be catastrophic if Russia gets involved. Nobody does that stuff here. Anybody remember this one? Anybody read about this one at all? Yeah. Some hackers were, hacking about, doing their thing, and they found an AS400 that was stored on a front-end web server, because that's a good place to do that, directly connected into the internet. And they're like, wonder what we could do with this. Oh, we can change the chemical mix that's gone into the water plant. We can change the chlorine, we can change whatever else in here that causes the water to essentially become undrinkable for this entire city. Or mess with the lead levels, or arsenic, or any number of things that are controlled in water that's released that can take years to show up. Yeah, call arms. So if you do this stuff, if you know anybody that does this stuff, if you're interested in even doing this stuff, please let us know. This is important things. I usually have a slide that I've gone around and mapped all the different chemical plants and water treatment plants and wastewater treatment plants and various things, probably within about a 20 to 25 mile radius of the hotel. And then I go to Shodan and I take a picture of all the stuff that's available on Shodan for these different types of places. And then I show that there's an open source project for DMP3 that will actually has exploits written into it. So if you can find the stuff that's on the internet, you can just pull this up like Metasploit, run it, and you're into the system itself. This stuff is out there. It's scary. This type of thing will happen in the future as this becomes easier and easier to get into because we don't protect it. We don't do what we need to do in order to make sure that these systems are secure. And the final plug, call Securicon. We can help you fix this. So, my information, if anybody's interested, I think the slides are going to be already posted on here. If not, I usually post them in my GitHub later on. LinkedIn, Riguru for Twitter, and both my emails. That's it. Any questions?
Can you go back a slide?
Sure. Yes.
So when you go to evaluate an ICS or a SCADA system, what kind of tools are you using, or do you have any recommendations on how to?
So it kind of depends on the environment that you're going into. Some are more robust than others, but basic, port scanning type of thing. Nmap's good because you can really fine tune it down. There's a couple of NSE stuff written for SCADA systems that you can use as well. Nessus, a little bit. But you've got to be really careful with these systems, because if you blast traffic out, like a lot of these stuff have kilobytes of memory available. And they're used to getting 1 or 2 packets here, 1 or 2 packets there, that look the same way, that have the same type of protocol information. If you start just spitting random stuff at it, they essentially throw their hands in the air and fall over. So, but yeah, a lot of most of the open source stuff, you kind of just got to piecemeal it with Nmap and things like that. That's why it's kind of a pain in the ass originally to start off with, because you've just got to spend so much time being careful initially on these systems till you get a good view of the layout. So, anybody else? Yes, sir.
You're finding a lot of these companies that are stepping in, dipping their toe into security, don't really understand what they're getting into, and they're thinking a bit more on the physical side, or angled.
So I don't want to say it's a problem. The interesting things about these stuff is that a lot of these systems can fall under the physical security plan, and those people didn't cut their teeth on networking security, things like that. As far as they know, they plug it in and it works. If the light flashy, it's okay, type of thing. Where, we're trying to, they have business IT that handles all the security and stuff like that, but the plant is separate. And getting that to kind of get out of that mindset and put it in here, it's becoming easier just because of the news articles where it's like, the water plant was on the network, on the internet, what are you doing, type of thing. So it's starting to progress, because these systems are coming out of the woodwork, especially after 9/11 and the Ukraine attack, where it's like, oh my God, wow, we can really deal with this. We have to do that. And a big motivator is the cyber insurance industry, because if you're not doing your due diligence, you don't get to file a claim. They just deny it because you didn't do your due diligence. So now, sadly, the lawyers get involved, and then they start having to force the issue on these types of things of, you need to do this, you need to maintain this. The network diagrams actually have to represent what the network looks like, not what it did 10 years ago, type of thing. So,
See, what I found is as boring as it is, we'll say the NIST standard is it's at least a starting point.
It is.
Conversations is no different. With NERC SIP, it's slightly different because it's being forced regulatory-wise
yes.
onto this industry, whereas everybody else is kind of doesn't have those same types of regulations over their head.
Yeah. Well, and the issue that we all know here is that you can be compliant, but not secure. And so, with the regulations and stuff that are going to be constantly forced down people like here, well, we're compliant. Yes, and good for that. But, yeah.
And that's where that conversation.
Yeah.
And that's why I say, at least understanding what behind the regulation as well as the standard is.
Well, and the challenge for these types of systems is converting it into dollars. How much is this going to cost me to do? How much is it going to cost to bring somebody in who can do this? How much is it going to cost in downtime? Versus, is it even worth to pursue? And then we start getting to the CISSP territory of risk and all these other type scores. Yeah, but trying to convince your CEO or your CFO that, no, we really should spend a couple million securing this network because a catastrophic failure will result in the company going bankrupt. And then, of course, then you run into the hyperbole, of course it will result in bankruptcy. And then it's on you to basically sit there and go, no, really, this, we violate this, we do this, we get fined this, we do this. And for us to be able to, again, break it down into dollars, this is the ultimate cost. If we don't do it, this is what's going to happen. Yes, sir.
And if they don't trust you, just bring it up to the attention of the risk management office. I mean, if they actually have more buy-in than you do, you might just want to do that with them so they can take it all the way out there and you get a little more buy-in. I mean,
And you're right, if you're on an internal team.
Yes.
But if you're on an external team coming in.
No, I'm talking internal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, well, but even then, you may not necessarily have buy-in. You know, I have a friend who works in Oklahoma whose company makes widgets. And he is part of a PCI audit. And they regularly send customer credit card information back and forth, no problem, and everything else like that. And he's going, what are you doing? You can't do this. We're violating PCI. Well, this is how we've always done it. This is how our customers prefer it. I don't care. This is wrong. We can't do this. Well, what's the worst that can happen? Same type of industry with this. Well, what's the worst that can happen? Mushroom cloud over Taft, Louisiana by the Mississippi River going down to the ports. I don't know what the dollar amount would that be, but sounds bad. Oh, well, okay. Well, here's your budget type of thing, you know. So, any other questions? Yes.
Are you always seeing critical failures, or are you sometimes seeing slowdown, or, you know, because I'm thinking motivations, non-state actor but multinational, say, you know, Venezuela wants to, you know, screw with oil and gas production.
Mhm.
Texas, you know, they don't necessarily want to shut the system down, but they want to limit production and output.
Again, it depends on the industry, and it also depends on the utility or producer being able to monitor that stuff. Because a lot of these people are like, what are logs? You know, and going back to the Ukraine attack, this took place over 6 months. Their log retention policy was 90 days. So after 90 days, any of the logging that would have led to this information was gone. Well, so then how do you keep track of that? How long do you keep your logs? Who's going over the logs? What are you looking for type of thing? Where with these types of, and because of the protocols and systems that are involved with are a little cryptic to other people, your regular log monkey may not even know what to look for and just sees a whole bunch of stuff, comes up, and it's like, oh, these are false positives. These always happen. I don't know what's going on type of thing. So it really is one of those areas that if you know what you're looking for, of course you see what's going on. If you don't know what you're looking for, it can fly right by you.
And in terms of expertise, because I mean, you know, if you're talking about, you know, screwing with somebody's production in a foreign company, you know, you need significant resources to understand the lay of the land.
Yes.
And in terms, you know, not so much with the non-critical stuff you just pull on Shodan, are there non-state actors who are throwing resources into learning foreign information?
So,
ICS.
Again, it boils down to dollars. Big thing right now is ransomware because it's quick, easy. You can throw stuff out there and people will pay you for it. I could easily see Siemens in a very much cut out, hands off type of approach go after Hitachi because those are two big major producers of these types of equipment. Right. I mean, economic espionage goes on constantly. Right. And for that type of system, I could if you could monetize it for those groups, it's kind of a low-hanging fruit situation. They'd much rather spend their resources on, you know, exploit kits, ransomware, things like that. They're quick, done, repeatable. It's more geared towards nation-state stuff with this type of thing, just because it's power, because it's water. Yes, and so that if it's more of like a cyber warfare. I hate to use a term, but like, you know, modern cyber warfare weapons. We don't necessarily need the atom bomb, carpet bombing, and things like that. If an invasion force is coming in, like with Ukraine or in the Crimea or something like that, they execute, they shut off power, they shut off water, they shut off everything else. Everything's paralyzed and it's done. It's kind of hard to monetize that because, you know.
So the cost benefit's too low for the industrial. Exactly.
You know, especially when there are quicker and easier things to do to earn the money. That's it. Going once. Sold. Thank y'all for coming. Good stuff, homie. Thank you much, man. I appreciate it.
Take care, dude.
You too.
Who built those power plants in Ukraine?
I think it was the Russians. Yeah. So.
Oh, look, we already covered you.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you're kind of like, okay, great. Thanks. So,
Well done, sir.
thank you much. I appreciate it.
Hey, good job.
Thank you.
Phony baloney job, safe for another year.